Hey guys. Happy Friday. Give me a sec to wake up, pour a drink. Think we're all good? Oop. Smack you guys right in the morning. But by the way, if you're on YouTube, just know, entire days can be spent writing lore. So, if that's too boring, just skip the day. Just don't watch today. I mean, we're probably just gonna chill, chat about some things too. There's always a lot of drama going on. Some Twitter beef between popular streamer and owner. That's a fun one. Let me take some medicine for phlegm. Hey Bleacha, how you doing, man? Another day of writing for us. Did I put the right day in the 176? Yeah, exactly. I have what's known as a deviated septum in my nose. It causes me not to breathe correctly. Just intake the air, idiot. Stupid. You dumb developer. Alright, let's get this this merchant lore open. Hopefully we can finish with it today. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I'm supposed to get some surgery for it, but I have to schedule it. First, I have to get approved for the surgery, then we have to schedule it. Have you ever heard of or been to Golemstone? You know, I'm trying to write this character in a way that I don't have to then go back to Spoon to rewrite things, but I might have to. Which kind of sucks. I think the way to avoid that is just not to write too much about Spoon, or not to write too much about Golemstone. But I'd like Golemstone to kind of be nearby, and she's been to it. I don't know. I've got to go check what we wrote for Spoon here. I mean, it's pretty impossible that you would have gotten to Thief 6 before meeting the merchant, but it is possible. And especially once we throw in additional NPCs, it'll be a lot more likely. Hey TJR, how you doing, dog? We're doing great. I'm still waking up though. You're gonna hear a lot of yawning today, and I'm gonna get distracted a lot and not get as much work done as I'd like. That's me writing lore. What you making? I'm making branching dialogue for our NPCs. So stuff like this, where you have a lot of choices and saved options and ways to go down paths with our NPCs that you can meet when you're in your hut selling them potions and stuff. So it's going to be a whole lot of this today. Just writing and organizing. Heard of or been to Golemstone? What type of game is this? This is an alchemy RPG. So you are in this fantasy land, collecting ingredients, going around throwing your potions at monsters and uncovering secrets, and then making potions for adventurers. But rather than a simple fail or success state, you have the ability to change their fate with the potions you give them. So you know that knight comes in asking for a potion, you know, a health potion or a potion of bulwark to protect him in a dungeon. You can choose to just pass, or give him poison, tell him it's a health potion, and see how that might affect his story. Something cool. Thank you so much, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good Friday. So like we're inspired really heavily from, you know, old school RPGs, CRPGs, things with those deep characters, branching narratives, and then we want to put you in the role of the specialist, not the main character. You know, you are helping and aiding or sabotaging and killing the main characters of this game. Absolutely, it's an important stop along my journey to the ice marches. Sure, should she say? I've heard they have a bit of a sewer goblin problem, though. Because one of our characters is a sewer goblin from the sewers of Golemstone. They have quite a bit. Okay, I will drink. Thank you. I do need my caffeine today. Or they have quite a bit of a sewer goblin problem. Coffee or Coke? It is actually Pepsi in a Coca-Cola glass. Just so I offend everybody in chat. Gotta keep them guessing, you know? Guards always warn me to stay away, or I might get pulled into the sewers. So this is where we could then do a branching check of whether or not the player has actually met Spoon or not, which you should have at this point. We probably need to go back to Spoon's lore and just save information where he tells you that he is a sewer goblin from Golemstone. So let's see if we can find in his lore where he mentions that. We have 70 saved choices here. Like, there is Asked Thief about Golemstone, which I think would reveal enough that the player should know. Let me double check. Yeah, a little place called Golemstone. Well, not so little. I only really know the sewer sea. Ain't been around the surface that much. Humans don't bathe enough, so they end up stinking worse than the sewers. Do we save that information then right away? Yeah, ask Thief about Golemstone, true. That probably should give enough information to the player. So we'll use that that choice. Okay, condition. Ask Thief about Golemstone, true. We could also do a condition that the player has completed the first stage. I think, yeah, NC stage complete. Thief 1. And then we'll just do a fallback option. Should none of these be true, although right now you cannot meet the merchant until you complete the first dialogue for Spoon. That's the name of the sewer goblin. So we do require that, and right now this would always be true. But you may not have talked to him about where he comes from, since all of this lore is completely optional. However, I do recommend reading this lore because you will open up new encounters with him, and a lot of this information may help you get better results or information. So I do need to finish writing some of this too. Yeah, this whole section is just about the flat Earth, because sewer goblins believe that the Earth is flat. It's important lore. Very important lore. Okay. Let's see here. I've met a sewer goblin from Golemstone, actually. We can have you say some nice or bad things about him, depending on how you feel. Were they dangerous and intimidating? I just did were they. Stupid me. Were they dangerous and intimidating? And let's see, we can say... Actually, he's quite charming. Rough around the edges. But not a bad guy. Or I wouldn't say he's morally or ethically. What's the word to use here? Because he just, he steals and kills people, right? So it's like, you might be against that personally. Let's say he's morally or ethically aligned with most people. He's absolutely horrible. I never want to... You know, we could also say maybe you've told Spoon that you don't want to help him. I could set up a choice like that where if you just choose not to do business with Spoon, we can remember that and use that as a choice here. We can say, yeah, he's horrendous, and I told him to leave the moment he came into my shop. Let me do that. Let me do that. Add in a new choice. Told Spoon... Denied... Let's just call it denied Spoon service. Now, there are multiple points where you can tell Spoon that you don't want to help him, and we need to make sure that we accommodate choices for all those. Okay, that one's solved. Let's see. Have one here. Alright, do we have another one over here somewhere? I don't think I want to include... Okay, so there are like 3 points throughout Spoon's dialogue where you can just get in an insult match with him. I don't think I want to include those as you denying him service. That's more like you just having a pissing match with him and telling him to fuck off. So I don't think I want to include that. Yeah, your mum is flat. Hope all your spoons turn flat. Yeah, so that's not going to be considered you denying him service. Not like up here, where you say, I don't agree to your morals and choices. Yeah, I don't really want to make potions for someone who has no issue torturing or killing others. He'll tell you about his dreams, but if you laugh at his dreams, he just says fuck you and leaves. I love it. Fighting intolerance with intolerance. Man, I love Spoon. Spoon is just honestly such a little wanker. Alright, Thief 1, 2A, 2B, 2D, 3A, 3B, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we have... God, there's just so much writing. Okay, this is an easy one. This is the danger, though, of writing a lot of these dialogues, is where, you know, I can want to do one thing in a new NPC, but it then forces me to have to go back to previous NPCs and fix, you know, add additional choices or catches for choices there. Hey, Odin. How you doing? It's been a while. Nope. Okay. This isn't a job for me. It's kind of our goal that every single NPC you can just deny service to. I want to make it so that you do not have to help any NPCs to beat the game, although it might be a lot more difficult to do so. Because I'm not really the fan of the forced companions kind of thing in RPGs, or the forced helping. That doesn't really feel like a true RPG to me. Made a train level. Yeah, I do want to see it. A train level. Technically, you're denying Spoon's service here, but you are convincing him to join an adventuring party. You don't have anything written for that, but the intention is that you would then show up in the future with an adventuring party. And you could say hi to him. Take a look. I will. How you doing, Buster D? Train levels are pretty awesome. Don't hit the barrels. Don't do it. Those are red. I love the verticality. This is looking really, really good. This is looking absolutely great, man. Just like going to a convenience store on meth. You have experience with that, do you? That looks really, really awesome, dude. I love it. Looking so cool. Whenever that gets released, we'll play it on stream. No, I'm gonna remove the... Yeah, again, this is another insulting match you can have with Spoon. Get out of my forest, filthy goblin. It's nature's forest, not yours, filthy human. Humans are a part of nature, filthy dumb goblin. Well, I wish you weren't, filthy stupid human. Get out before I throw a stink potion on you. Oh wait, that wouldn't do anything because you're already a stupid stinky goblin. That's it. I'm out of here. Yeah, that is not going to be considered you denying service, more getting in a pissing match with him. Kind of gives me vibes of, I don't know if you played Uncharted. I don't know, it's just something about train levels that always makes me think of Uncharted 2. Game is so fucking good. Man, being able to do this on the PS3 was insane. You know, a bunch of train levels? Yeah, I probably did some research. I'm sure that the screen shake is going to be like a gameplay option, right? This one is not important. That's 2C. That's when he comes back and just tells you can't help. Okay, that looks good. How about 3A and 3B? Ooh. I'm gonna hunt down every bandit bastard in the realms and steal as much of their shit as I can. They're gonna rue the day they thought they could best spoon. The blood of their newborns will be smeared across my face like war paint. Ooh. Godspeed, Spoon. Yeah, this, okay, though, so he doesn't want a potion here. These are just the final goodbyes. If you haven't unlocked 4, 5, or 6 yet. And I think 3B should be pretty much the same. Train levels are easy to make with just a few timelines. That's true. Hold on a sec. Oh, interesting. So if he comes back for the potion for the race, you actually can't deny him help. I'm surprised about that. Okay, so I think we caught all the use cases. Oh, you're moving the world instead of the character? That's a pretty old school trick. I like to see it. I told him I never wanted to do business with him again. Well, still the best way. Yeah, I 100% agree. Denied Spoon service, true. Otherwise, you can just say that, you know, he's horrible and vile, right? So here through the merchant, we can kind of get a sense that, you know, of exactly what Spoon was saying, that, you know, some people just immediately treat them as dangerous, but of course, I mean, it's not unwarranted. He's not the smartest. And he's not the nicest. Wanted to use post-process for screen shake. I can use that, so like use camera shake instead. Because you can't loop it. Yeah, I thought on the aren't there on the camera actors like a shake? thought there was something like baked into to cameras or something. Or was it the post process that's baked into? I swear on camera actors there was some sort of screen shake ability. Maybe I'm going crazy. There is. You know what it's called? Or like profiles? I've never added it, so I've only heard about it. Would it have an infinite screen shake? Is the camera one not loop? Batman. Thank you for the follow, Batman. What have you been up to in Gotham recently? Been playing Marvel Rivals. I see. Very fitting then. God, it's like that's the perfect game you could have played. No one's gonna wait 2 weeks for the screen shake to end. Don't challenge them. Really? Heard quite the opposite. I don't really know if I want to go too deep with you gossiping about Spoon. Okay, I know what I could do. Okay, because there's something known as a gossiping goblin. So when you talk to Spoon, within their culture, they have a term for people who spread rumors called gossiping goblins. And if they find out that you're a gossiping goblin, they will tie you down and forcefully give you a bath with a soap at the end of a stick. And they call this the judge. So I think what I'll do is where she might ask you some more, you could say, well, I could tell you, but I don't want to be a gossiping goblin. Because I think that would be pretty fun if you were able to learn that about goblins. Stop working on stuff today for now. Lucky you. I just started. Well, I could tell you more, but I'm no gossiping goblin. I just say you spell gossiping, right? 2 S's, 1 P. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Batman. Now, what is the choice called? I've heard about stenches, understood that hands are spoons, received spoon nut, learned that spoon hates sporks. Some of these choices are just wild. Knows about how goblins treat gossipers. That's the one we need. Making another level for the game. That the level comes after this one. That's cool. Is gossip by definition with ill intent? A good question. I don't know. I think sometimes people, like jealousy is another one, right? People treat jealousy as being malicious jealousy. But I think that's more along the lines of envy. Or do I have it the other way around? Want to see that one? Yeah, I do. Makes sense for the goblin. Because I think it's okay to be jealous of somebody, but I don't think it's okay to desire to have what they have and for them to not have it anymore. Right? Because that's malicious. But taking a look at somebody who's rich, has a nice family, successful, whatever, and saying, damn, I'm really jealous of that, I don't think that's a bad thing. Check out level 4, will do. I like the inclusion of just non-combative levels. I think it's what... It adds a lot of complexity and layers to the game. Well, the furries are gonna love your game, that's for sure. Screen shake. Stop being old. I'm also somebody that likes to turn down the screen shake. Stop being old, I say, as I turned 30 recently. And you're able to go in the... Because you showed me the nightclub before. Is that in this city? Or is that a different city? My god, wait, if you stand still, do you dance with him, or did you have to interact with it? This gives me Mass Effect Commander Shepard vibes. Stand in the trigger box, I love it. I mean, I don't have to say it, because when you make a trailer for this game, you have to have all the murder, and then just like a good 5-second clip of dancing, like in between kills. Just keep clipping in between murder and dancing, or drinking, and it will go viral. Rip. Rip Bozo. I love it, dude. It's so good. You're just complimenting his editor performance because mine is so bad. Okay, this can jump back to here, probably. Or I could jump back to here so you could ask a bit more about Golemstone itself. Maybe I'll do that. Is there anything else you wanted to know about Golemstone? Got a normal fish dancing on the dance floor. It's just a giant normal fish dancing. The usage of the word giant and normal in the same sentence is pretty wild. I approve. I look at your game and I just the systems designer in me is like, I'd love to design systems for this. Just some crazy, wild, weird system. Event. Begin dialogue. Okay, this will jump back to here. Say, what do you know about the city? And she'll give you some information that Spoon can't give you, like some of the stuff above ground. I think will be nice. And we'll also need an ender to this, so we can say, you know, that's all I have to ask about Golemstone for now. And that'll push you back to here. This is all one question, by the way. This is, what are some of the places you visited? Say he's no saint, but I think he just wants a life where he can be happy and peaceful without needing to victim of circumstance. Sounds like. Born into a way of life. Forced to use that way of life in an effort to escape deep. And I think what we'll do too is we'll throw something here if you know about Spoon's pawn shop. I think we need two things here though, where hold on, let me see. I think we need one where you know about Spoon's pawn shop and Spoon has opened his pawn shop. Yeah, Spoon's pawn shop opened. So we'll do... Oh my god, it would be so funny if you mention to her Spoon's pawn shop and she visits it, and she can say that she bought some of the commemorative spoons that he sells. Oh my god, dude. I could go infinitely deep with the narrative here. It would be really funny. Never let me touch RPG games. Maybe I should apply to Larian Studios if this game doesn't work out. Go work on Divinity 3 or whatever they're looking up. Okay, know about Spoon's pawn shop, true. And Spoon's pawn shop opened, true. It's an interesting system open. I thought about something like that too, where, you know, because we want to make this like this game like Majesty. I'll pull it up if you guys aren't aware. If you're old enough, you know this game. I guarantee you know this game. You know, a lot of these NPCs being walking around the map at one time and they have to be simulated. I want to make like a more modern spiritual successor to this game. And I think I could pretty reasonably prototype the AI for this. Which is kind of the backbone of this game, is that you know, you're doing this real-time strategy game, but you don't have direct control over the units that you hire. So when you hire a big ol' dumb berserker like this, he just does what he wants. He goes and explores, sleeps, eats, buys potions, whenever he wants to. This will allow for something called infinite level design. What are you going to use it for? I could have said it better myself. This can be like the fallback option. Then I think we'll have 3 options. Well, no, there should only be 2. Because Spoon's pawn shop being open but you not knowing about it is not a realistic scenario that you can speak about. But you might know about his pawn shop, but he might not have opened it yet. We're saving frame rate for levels that are more crazy. I think it's a good idea. Though I don't know if you'll have a problem with frame rate. I mean, because you're baking light, right? You're not using lumen or anything. I think for the most part, lumen is just the real eater of performance. Well said, he actually opened up a pawn shop, sell spoons. I think he mentions it's on the outskirts of Golem Stone. I want to make a city for entering every building in that city. I would use this code for it, but I'm not that crazy to make a level like that. I think it's one of those things too that sounds cool, but would it actually be fun? I don't know. I know when I listen to, you know, indie developers, and I'm not saying that you're like this, but I see it on like Kickstarter and stuff, right? Where every building is going to be enterable. But do I want that? I think people would just prefer more interesting points of interest as opposed to having every building be enterable, but it's all just kind of generic. Let me double check where he sets up his shop. We'll also do that for our small towns. Yeah, I agree. I think the small town you shared, I think if you made most of those locations enterable, but they'd also, I feel like they'd be unique, right? So you're not planning to make some massive megalopolis like Skyrim or Oblivion. Yeah, and I think that works too because you have those named NPCs where, you know, they do have those routines. They need to sleep somewhere, so having their homes be enterable just makes sense. But on the flip side, then the towns and cities aren't realistically scaled. Which for some people breaks immersion, though I think that it's a trade-off. I think I'll set up my store near Golem Stone. Okay. So yeah, I think that's okay to mention that it's on the outskirts of Golem Stone. All for fun and games. Yeah. You know, I do enjoy, you know, we're listening to Witcher 3 music, right? The scale of Velen and Novigrad is pretty great. I really do enjoy the scale. But modeling each of these interiors would not only just be pretty damn impossible without extreme amounts of care and technology put into performance optimization, but it's also just a nightmare from a level design perspective. It takes so much time and effort, and I think they did pretty well with choosing which interiors were enterable and which were not. But at the same time too, I also really appreciate Oblivion and, you know, and Skyrim and like that, where the homes are enterable because people have to live and sleep somewhere. And you can follow them around. It makes it more believable. Even if it's gamified. Like, they both achieve good immersion, but they do it in different ways that I can appreciate. Maybe that's a good way to put it. Difference is making them different levels help. Yeah, that's true. Planning to open up a pawn shop. To sell spoons. Imagine he'll... Well, I won't speak of the location. But we could always store info that you mentioned Spoon's pawn shop to the merchant one. Hold on. I just pressed something and I feel like I just did something wrong. But I don't know what. For some reason the encounter... The third encounter for the merchant is gone. What did I do? Well, let me do this. I can recover this. Export. Revert. Oh, that was never there to begin with. Okay. That's fine. Let me re-import this then. Excuse me. There we go. Train level is almost done, dude. It's really cool. Where do you feel you're at with your stage? You know, do you have your vertical slice? Or are you just kind of like building it all up slowly over time? Are you looking for a publisher? You know, might be able to hook you up. Merchant 1. Although I don't think you need it. Here's the thing though. I think Devolver. I'm serious about this. I think Devolver would be interested in talking to you, which would be like a dream come true. Mostly optimizing the game. Well, now you can release it on the Switch too. Merchant 1, old. Mentioned Boons Pawn Shop. Big fan of Devolver. I have a pretty strong feeling that they would talk to you. I mean, this is exactly the type of game that they would love to get their hands on. But like I said, I don't think you need it. However, I think that because, you know, Devolver is so well loved and has such a big presence, especially on social media, you'd probably get a pretty damn great boost from them. In 378,000 followers. And they get some pretty good engagement. It's cool. I don't know. I'd have to see if I have anybody in my network who has worked with Devolver. But I think that if you just made, you know, a nice looking trailer or something and you sent them a pitch in, I think you'd be in there. You're also in Texas and I'm in Texas, dude. Texas is pretty awesome. Good state. Might have to check that out if it opens up. Perhaps I've been a bit misinformed about them. A trailer like this. From a gameplay perspective, I think you're on point, right? I really do. I think from an art perspective, if you wanted a pretty surefire way for Devolver to sneak into your DMs, even making one level with more finalized art assets would probably seal the deal, like in a positive way. Or even with something that looks decent. You know, for this level, for instance, can I ask what your intended stylization and like theme is? Is this gonna be like you know, cyberpunk kind of feeling? Will it be worn down slums? You know, what am I looking at here if we assume that the final art is thrown in? A city. Now you run a post process for. Let me ask this: for your assets, do you run some sort of post process or material override to give it that kind of like retro graphic style, or do you need the meshes themselves to be in that style as well? Really? Because I'm wondering if drop a little bit of money get one of these like cyberpunk environments. I mean, or anything, right? Just example. And maybe you could put some of this with a post-processor camera effect to, I don't know, just make it feel a bit more finalized. Now, this is Devolver we're talking about, so I'm gonna go for more of a PSX. Is Kotspur here? Hold on. Kotspur, is he here? He is not here. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull up some footage, or you know what? I can actually just get his game, because he's using a post-process effect to turn normal-looking assets into that PSX style. Give me 1 second, and maybe he can give you some pointers or share. He can just share exactly what he was doing. Where is it? Oh, he posted it publicly. Okay, hold on. Yeah, this should be the one. Download 5.6 gigabytes. Okay, that should take 2 minutes. We'll have it in 2 minutes. And he's got a way to take essentially anything that roughly fits, you know, like from a color standpoint, and give it that retro feel. And maybe there's some use case where you could buy, you know, those better looking assets and meshes, and then, you know, give them that retro feel. Just for like a trailer to kind of sell what the environment is going to look like. If that makes sense. Because when you make this pitch, because you'd have to send it a pitch deck, or trailer, having just some screenshot or something that represents exactly what, well, as Tim Kaine would say, right, like that beautiful corner, just to showcase this is exactly what the game is going to look like from an art standpoint. These are finalized assets, or this is a finalized feel. Hey, the real Furby. You want to get into this stuff so bad. Are you looking to get into game dev? Making it myself for the PSX models. PSX because it's much more better for frame rate. Yeah. Making a beautiful corner, or taking like this level and finalizing it from an art standpoint, just so that you can get a bit closer to what your vertical slice is going to look like or feel like, would probably be the clincher from a pitching perspective. Let me show you what he did, because he added a hotkey to turn on or off the post process. Definitely been thinking about going to school for it. How old are you by chance? Are you like just finishing up high school? Oh, you're 28. Well, there is no bad time to jump into game dev, I will tell you that. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Be a little bit darker for you guys on stream. What is the... Oh, you can disable it. And so he does this, right? And you can see what the... without the post process. So he just gets assets that generally look like they should work well together. And then the post process can give it that retro feel. Making my game this myself, if I had someone to make the textures for my model. Yeah, dude, I get you on that. I feel you. So I don't know, if there's any desire to know how this was done, I can get Kotspur in here, and he can probably share his post-process setup for this. This gives him a lot more freedom to source assets for a demo. Oh, you know how it's done? Okay. Okay. Ignore me then. I'm watching YouTube videos explaining the basics. Yeah, getting into game dev is a pretty big learning curve. Pretty big learning curve. And there's just new technologies coming out, new engines, new expectations from players. And it can feel like you're never going to catch up. Kind of one of the reasons I like it, though. Okay, we will save then that information that you have mentioned Spoon's pawn shop to her. Oh, community college is a computer science course, unlike writing code and that sort of stuff. What do you want to do in the industry? Because in some cases, and you know, this is just my opinion, you may not need to go to school. But school can be better for some people, right? It can provide that more rigid structure. It's good for networking. Meeting people that can help you or make games with you. I had a guy who was a pixel artist and made all the textures I could have the game textures done by now. Do you have any sort of budget, Oten? Because I think you can get money to make your vertical slice, 100%. But if you could make your vertical slice before that, you would, you know, elevate your pitch from here to here. And you could get much better deals. So not only could you find, you know, more publishers, but you can dictate the terms better. Love to do map terrain design and that sort of thing. My hot take, well, it's not that much of a hot take. You don't need to go to school for that. Now that doesn't mean you can't benefit from it. But I think that there are probably enough free courses or even just people here on Twitch like me or someone else who can, you know, teach you, or you can just kind of learn from osmosis. And maybe save that time and money. And there's always game jams going on. I know that the newest Pirate Software Jam, I think, just started, or it's literally about to start today, and there are 15,000 people in this one. So if you were looking to join a team of, you know, of newbies to make your first game or something, or just start fooling around in an engine, you can join their official Discord and join up one of the teams and just, you know, try out your hand. And this looks, you know, if you're ever looking to get into a professional job in the industry, this is one of the ways to, you know, look really good as a candidate. Shows like you're a self-starter, you know how to work with people, you aren't afraid of jumping into things that are new, that might, you know, make you a bit more afraid. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or say how you feel, but it can be daunting, let's put it that way. And there's tons of jams. There might even be ones that are specifically based around just making an interesting scene, right? And you could use a lot of free assets from Unreal to, you know, get started if you're trying to jump to that. Thank you, Real for the follow. Where are some of the free Unreal bits here? And it's Boomerang. Thank you for the follow as well. Thank you guys. Are there any decent programs to kind of play around with game dev you would recommend? Any level editor, especially for you, if you're looking to get into like terrain and map design, any game that has a really good editor for that, you know, they kind of gamify, right? They intend for the players to be able to jump into these things without too much, you know, prior knowledge. That can be a way. Or if you are not afraid of jumping into like Unreal, and I think Unreal is relatively easy to learn for new people. Look at all of these Quixel environments. For instance, maybe you wanted to look at this Dark Ruins Megascans. You can just download this, and make an environment yourself using these assets. It's completely free. Or maybe African slate quarry, right? You're really interested in terrain. Mega scans are extremely high quality. You can make something like this with all these cool materials and the landscape editor and foliage editor. You know, we've used the landscape and foliage editor here to, you know, paint up terrain and draw trees on here. Foliage, instance mesh, so you can see our landscape without the foliage on it. And I'm very amateur because this is not my forte at all. But the built-in tools just kind of allows you to get to that base stage where you need to start very easily. And tons of stuff for free, like I mentioned. Quixel itself, you know, everything on Quixel here is free because that's owned by Epic. So it's just like, oh, here's some trees and nature environments, all photo scanned. Yeah, and if you need any help, you can join our Discord, and you know, we have tons of developers in there who can help you get through some of the basics. Tons of free stuff. And every, I think 2 weeks now, Epic puts up more free assets. So for instance, right now we have a modern house environment interior, a parry attack system, and a modular bakery shop. And I think last month there was like a pirate scene or something. I don't remember. You kind of just collect them over time. Tons and tons of free stuff. And then, like I mentioned, there's tons of game jams. You can just do itch.io/jams, and there's always something new. And that's really great for just finding teams and doing something you've never tried before. Thank you for the info. No problem. No problem. I wish some of this info and free content existed when I was getting into game dev. Back then it was like, okay, well, download Unity and good luck. Go to freetextures.com and see if you can make anything. And now you can just download entire asset packs and scenes and environments and gameplay features. I mean, if you're willing to spend a little bit of money on getting yourself started, there is the... What's that survival starter pack? It's called like Survival Craft or something. I don't even remember the name for it. It's like a couple $100, but it's like an all-in-one survival crafting game system pack. Hold on, I can just sort by price, right? Minimum $250. Not here. Easy survival RPG. Now this is pretty pricey. Just to be fair, $400 is pretty pricey. But if you have the money and you're really wanting to invest in your own, you know, future or something, getting one of these packs can save you an awful lot of time, because this comes with resource system like tree chopping. You can build your own houses, various weapons and tools. It has all the health, energy, food, water requirements, the mini map, all of this stuff built in, all of the UI, the inventory, fishing system, ranged weapons, spells and magic, farming, all in one. And this would enable you as like a level and terrain designer to just kind of build to your heart's extent and not have to worry about building these systems. yourself. Did your video show what you did before I made this game? Oh yeah, let me see it. First game. Oh, here's a perfect example. Yeah, see, this kind of progress is exactly... You know, this is great too. If you're ever showing off like a dev diary for where it started and where you are now, this is a great example. You want to know the funny thing is I've seen a lot of Kickstarter games, you know, those 2D platformers. If I had seen this on Kickstarter though, I would definitely be impressed. Which, speaking of Odin, that is another option. If you went to Kickstarter with a really good campaign and I could hook you up with somebody who has run successful Kickstarters before, a super knowledgeable guy, and I think he will give you a small little introduction and, you know, tell you what he thinks is possible with your game for free. You could go to Kickstarter and get enough money to fund your vertical slice, take that vertical slice to Devolver, and the rest will be history. Like, I will see your game on the shelves. No doubt. No question. What's one of the games? Hold on, I can find him. He was just working on a game on Kickstarter. Something with the name Conquest in it. Songs of Conquest, was that it? Wasn't Songs of Conquest? Make a game for fun. I mean, look, it's up to you. I'm not gonna force anything on you. I also want to make it my job one day. I'm just saying, if you wanted to turn this into a success, and you don't have the money to get the art you need right now, you can either take a loan to pay an artist. You can learn how to do that art yourself. You can make some money and then hire the artist. You could go to Kickstarter to get the money for an artist. You could go to a publisher and ask them for money to finish up your vertical slice, and in which case then they might say, okay, now you've completed this, let's fund the rest of the game. Or you can try to just get a publisher immediately. You could get investors, right, and do like rev share with those investors. You kind of have a lot of options. I think the one that will probably present you with the best options without you having to learn how to do art completely on your own, unless you want to do that, would be Kickstarter to get money for vertical slice, because then you aren't, you don't owe anyone like revenue from that product, right? And you get some marketing initially done. And that also will help you with pitching, because you can say, look, I just ran a successful Kickstarter to make this vertical slice. Here's how many people have already backed my game and are interested. Here's my Steam page with wish lists based on this vertical slice. You do it all on my own, easy. It's just I'm only one guy. I think you can do it on your own. I mean, you certainly have proven that. And I'm excited for you. Very, very excited. But don't let me try to influence what you should or shouldn't do. Here from now, we'll be halfway done. Every time you show me more progress, it looks better and better. And it already looks great, so I believe you. Do you have me added on Discord at all? You're doing a demo test on Sunday. Best of luck, man. Let me see if I can find this guy's game. Successful projects. I sort by recent. It was only 240. I'm horrible at remembering names. Project Goddess. I remember that. Wasn't that one of Peter Molyneux's games? Goddess? Or am I misremembering? It's so slow. Divinity 1 and 2 were on Kickstarter. It's crazy that the games that came from here. Like Grim Dawn came from here. Banner Saga. The System Shock remake, which by the way, was very good. Kickstarter is so slow right now. Maybe it was 10,000 to 100,000. I forgot a Coral Island was here too. It's I don't know. Kickstarter is a really good tool if you have that game that just looks great. Blasphemous was on here. I totally forgot Chroma Squad. Darkest Dungeon. I worked on that game. I kickstarted it too. That was like my first game that I ever kickstarted. The more I see, the more I might do Kickstarter. I think it really is a good option. I think you have more than most people. Hat in Time. Sunless Sea. Night in the Woods was here too. Moonlighter was here. Octodad, Stone Shard. You doing Kickstarter review? I'm trying to find specifically a game that I know the Kickstarter page was managed by a guy I know. And I can't remember the name of his game. But every time he manages a Kickstarter, it succeeds. I swear the game had like the name Conquest in it. Kind of vague. I know. I do have the guy in Discord, but I don't know if he's available right now. It wasn't Songs of Conquest, but I swear the name had the word conquest in it. But maybe I'm stupid. Maybe it was Conquest. Maybe it had like maybe it was Songs of Silence. This might have been it. He did the okay, it was this game, Songs of Silence. He did the Kickstarter for this game. I just remembered it. Yeah, I know. I don't know. Maybe I was confusing it with Songs of Conquest. But yeah, so he is really good at making sure that you have exactly what you need for a Kickstarter, right? Really great looking trailers, all of the stuff demo right on top, realistic expectations for goals, tons of gifts, information, and he will do a free consultation for your game and whether or not he thinks it's ready for Kickstarter and what kind of Kickstarter plan he would want to have. And even if not, he also has a whole bunch of YouTube videos. Because he is, he's gone to Digital Dragons before, so he has a Kickstarter for indie developers, which I highly recommend. This is just oozing with, you know, it's like 1 hour just oozing with actual metrics and information of how to properly handle a Kickstarter campaign for indie developers. Hands down, one of the best talks that I've been to. I took like 5 pages of notes because there was just so many actual networks here. Like actual actionable information. Talking head video with a game pitch 1 to 3 minutes and trailer with gameplay 1 to 1.5 minutes, playable prototype or demo ready for download, host an AMA with the team, keep stretch goals hidden until you reach your funding goal. It's all great. All really great. Assume that at least 15-25% of your funds must be spent on marketing, 10% lost in fees or charges. Highly recommend. And if you ever wanted to talk the guy, I can hook you up with him. And he can get you money that you would need if you ever wanted to go to Kickstarter. Raising over 100 grand from 1.6 thousand backers is pretty damn impressive. Because we're probably going to use him too when it comes time if we ever consider Kickstarter. The Kickstarters are a lot of work. They are and they should be, but they are an investment. So he can kind of take some of that off your plate if you work with him. Like he will manage the Kickstarter and, you know, get the key art necessary for you and all that stuff. So that in the end, you would get the money that you need to make the vertical slice and then take your vertical slice demo to, you know, Steam Next Fest, to publishers, to investors, anywhere that you want to post that demo and start to build a following. Especially Next Fest. Next Fest is great. Just find a crypto investor. Yeah, get Haley Welch to invest some of her Hawk Tua coin into your game. Unless she's still sleeping, I don't know. She said she was gonna head to bed. I don't know if she woke up yet. It's the bill. I've heard as well. I'll make sure to steer clear of any suspicious goblins I come across. I get my levels done without the art and the code, then go to Kickstarter so I can get the art done. Well, that's exactly what I mean. So I think that you have good enough gameplay that you could probably raise. I mean, here's the ideal. The ideal is that you go to Kickstarter with a demo, with a vertical slice. But if you're struggling to get the money for that, I do believe that your gameplay is good enough. And you've made it all yourself, right? It's not like you're buying asset packs for the gameplay you've made. So there's enough proof there that make a good trailer, make a video talking about exactly why you're there. You're saying that you can do the coding, you've made the gameplay so far. What you need is the money to get an artist on board to help you polish up the game so that you can then take that to publishers and investors and get the rest of the money that you need. You absolutely could. How much money you could get versus how much you need, I guess that's the real question, right? You could probably definitely get 20,000 US dollars after taxes. And then it's going to be up to you. That's going to be your responsibility to spend that properly. Now, since you're just planning to spend that to make your vertical slice, I don't think that should be a problem. I don't imagine that would be an issue. Get a level designer as well. I know somebody that I could hook you up with for that too. Although I'd have to ask how comfortable he feels with the game that you're making. Would that work on Kickstarter? Yeah, I think that as long as you're upfront about what you're using the funds for, and because he has shown enough of his gameplay, I don't know if you saw his gameplay animosity, but if you did, I think you'd probably feel pretty confident along with me that he could find, he could get the money. I can get a sentence out without mumbling my words. Let me scroll up. Pull one of the trailers that you sent. Dude, where's the trailer? Like with all the Kickstarters we've seen, is this polished up visually? No. Is this polished up from a gameplay perspective? Yes. And I think if he showed this and just said, yeah, look, I need, the money to get the artists, I don't know what's going on. Shut up, you're just old. What kind of blurry color vomit? Well, you're watching a stream that's at like 6,000 kilobits per second. Old is the ones with the money. You're a furry. I mean, it's a prototype. I think you're really, you're in the right business, Odin. All about speed and looking cool while killing things. Hey, that's a perfect pitch. Look, there are furries. Look at this. You see this? Is this what you want, Lazy Fangs? You're gonna give money now? Do we have you invested? Insta-buy? That's what I thought. That's what I bought. That's what I thought. You know a game that got funded that still had dev art? Yeah, you can get funding. You would just get more funding from But like this level looks really good. And I think that this art style is fine for this type of game. I would love to see one playable level with more completed assets like this. I don't know, you're so close on the cusp of what I would say would, you know, be the difference between 20,000 and 40,000 investment from Kickstarter. Snake girls with 2 swords. He's got dancing too. Where's the video with your one? Oh yeah. Look, you can dance on the rafters. It's not on Steam yet. But that's what I'm saying. I think that with a properly managed Kickstarter, even this, if you just clean up, you know, like, obviously, you know, make it a proper build, right, without all the dev stuff, because that looks ugly to players, and making a more proper trailer, you could go to Kickstarter, you could easily get at least 20,000 bucks, and that's more than enough to pay for the art that you need to make a vertical slice. Make another trailer from that. That will be completed. First link about the game is a LinkedIn post. Hey, Trill Duck. Here's the snake girl. Gives me party hard vibes. Yeah, we're armchair. Oh my god. You'll get the money. You'll get the money. You feel like you need to bring an existing audience? You kind of do. You kind of do. That's... He can do it. He can do it. I believe he can do it. I really do. But he's right. You shouldn't go to Kickstarter unless you have a Steam page, because you need to funnel people somewhere, right? You need to convert those people. And you shouldn't go to Kickstarter without even something being playable. So, like, having dev assets for one level is good enough. But you need to funnel people to your Steam page so that you can get wish lists. The more wish lists you have, the more Kickstarter interest you have, the more money and the better deals you're going to get from publishers. Yeah, Steam page would be everything. Mushroom Samurai. I love it. The design of these characters is really cool. It feels very unique. I like it. You know what the funny... Okay, if anybody's watched my Kickstarter reviews, how many times have we seen this? Like, interesting game concept, and then the 11-second pitch of them spinning around a 3D asset. And that's their game idea. Now, I joke about it, but you actually have a game beyond this. I need to not forget about this game. Exactly. I told him that Devolver would be interested in his project. And I firmly stand by that. If you make a good vertical slice, Devolver would say yes. Forgot about me already. No, Agent. I mean, Devolver, these are the same people that did that Pedro Banana game. They've, you know, done... what's the first-person samurai game? Popular one. Hotline Miami. Devolver is exactly into these kinds of games. Thank you, Web Builder, for the follow. How you doing? Happy Friday. All this stuff is good, man. All this stuff, you are like just so close to what I would say would be the perfect amount of content to make the next hit game. You really are. You're so close, and I so want to see that happen. I want to be the guy that can say, I know the guy that made this game. I was there. Have you seen Untamed Isles? I feel like I've heard of that before. What is Untamed Isles? Monster taming. Is this Power World? $500,000 USD scaled up the team way too much, risked a bunch of crypto, lost everything in a short while. Oh, is that the one you guys were telling me about yesterday? Where the guy like bought a house, a car, and then dumped all the rest on crypto and lost it all? What an idiot. But yeah, check out Michał Gambitsky, Odin, and just talk to him. Just share him what you have and what your need is. And I guarantee he'd probably be interested in a call for like an hour just to talk through what he recommends your next steps are, if he thinks that you have enough for a good Kickstarter, or if he might have some recommendations for how to get your project closer to vertical and then take it to Kickstarter eventually. You got an arena mode? Dude, you're just dumping so much content on me. It's great.
2, 1, cage match.
See, and this is where you would make that one level, and you would also include the arena mode, and just let people play it.
That's what I call entertainment, folks.
Can you parry a nuke? You can ride the rockets, so if the enemies fire rockets at you, they can, you can ride the rocket and launch it back at them. And I think he shows off parrying a sniper bullet. Yeah, man, you are set to be more successful than any of us. And I love to see it. The song from Surfing USA happens when I surf rockets. I love it. But he's gone surfing. That's the Fitzbills I heard of. I'll make sure to steer clear of any suspicious goblins I come across. Definitely a good idea. In this case. I want to stream it. I think a lot of people would love to stream that game. It'll be like Vampire Survivors, though it will not be nice to the bitrate. But there's not much you can do about that. Some games just be like that. You're fine if your stream is 720. That's true. Reinforces the notion to me that animation and graphics are king. I don't think what's... I don't know. I mean, the thing is that players will purchase with their eyes in a lot of cases. Which is why even... You don't need to have the game complete. You just need to have one level complete. One level that feels good to play, that feels balanced, that looks good, that has those assets that you're intending to use, that people can download and try your game with. Kinds of poison you could concoct. Make sure to steer clear of any suspicious goblins I come across. And we can also lead that into here too. Okay. Mentioning spoon. Telling you, man, I'm telling you, you could have a successful Kickstarter. I know it. I don't, depending on how long it would take you to make the assets yourself, I don't know if it's worth the time. Because you can get the money. Of all the things we've seen on Kickstarter, you are in the top 1%. Or woman. Yeah, he's definitely a furrier scaly. You two speak the same language. I mean, you also have to remember, you're not just making a game, you're making a game for furries. And the furries love Kickstarter. They love dumping all of their crypto money on games on Kickstarter. Like, you're golden. All you have to do is show the fox girl dancing, I promise you, plus $5,000. It will just happen. I don't have crypto money. But Lazy Fangs, you agree with me, right? That it's one thing to show this gameplay, but dancing furry instantly opens you up to an audience with way too much money to spend. RGB sword. Corsair.
Why, hello there. Would you care to see my RGB lighting? I spent $3,000. Sir, this is a way.
God, dude, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. This man needs to stop making us all look bad. No, it looks great. And those little clips are really important to a Kickstarter page because they also show that you aren't just one note and that your game isn't just what you've shown in this like immediate trailer. You also have these fun little things that are memorable, easy to share, easy to talk good about. Pretty sure this dance for the club gonna make them want more. You're gonna make so much money, dude. It's not even funny. You're gonna make so much money. It's unfair how much money you're gonna make if you show off all of this. CC pivoting towards furries. Nah, we can get money. Don't worry, I don't need money from the degen. I need money from normal people to spend on degen. No, I'll just say no. I prefer this talk about Spoon anyway. You know, I met a goblin is kind of boring. What do you know about the city? It's quite old. Good taverns. With plenty of regional ale. The golem at the center of the city is much larger than I first anticipated, too. Also, you can throw things. Yeah, this is just this is a Devolver game. No, I think the game is probably still a couple years away from completion. Only Chris, shut up. Shut up, Lazy Fangs. Mr. Lazy. Is the golem real or just a statue? We might have to go back and refactor too, because you're asking her about Golem Stone. We might have to go back and refactor some of the dialogue with Spoon, assuming that you've asked the merchant first about Golem Stone. Or enemies. Well, I think that any direction you want to move in with this game, you're not going to have a problem. But if you're looking for money to do the art, Kickstarter might be your best bet if you can't immediately source the funds to hire an artist yourself. Got him. Rip bozos. This is a good smoke test level. I like it. Oh, oh, it's looking good. Ask Thief about Golem Stone. I think that should remain bits separate though. You've asked the merchant about Golem Stone. And maybe I'll just initialize a new choice for that. Okay. Last video for now, then I gotta focus on writing lore. I gotta get in my zone. You could do a lot with the lighting colors. There's so many cool, unique ideas for levels that you could jump into. I need to have like the mafia beach party that I can roll up on and kill everyone when my lizard wears a Hawaiian shirt. It's looking really good. Okay, is the Golem Reeler just a statue? The rumors are that the... Shame we're after break from the videos. Yeah, writing the dialogue for me is something that I struggle with. And I will want to get distracted because it means that I don't have to write the lore. But I need to write it. And because I'm the only one currently doing it, it also holds up all of the rest of the systems that we need to work on and fix. So I do kind of have to focus on writing the dialogue for like the next week or so. And a famous legendary is a better word. Legendary mage. Froze it in place permanently to stop it from moving. I'm not sure though. Looked more like a very well crafted hunk of rock. Never seen a golem, so I can't be sure. Made your own custom dialogue system? We did too, before I realized that it would be a pain in the ass to get working in the way that I wanted it to work. It was based off of an old choose your own adventure game that I had made. So it was like, it was really capable to do pretty much anything with it. But it was also kind of hell to work with. It wasn't visual. Oops, I just bumped you guys. Is it just basic though, or is there like some branchy narrative that you can do with it? One more. Okay, one more. How you doing, Drama? It was real and came alive. And unfroze. The town be able to stop it? Steel against rock? As I said, quite large. Larger than your house, I'd even bet. I doubt there'd be anything or anyone left standing. Should the rumors turn out to be true. Here's the dialogue. Okay, yeah, that's pretty similar to what I've been able to make, though. I like the text though. Do you what do you do for the text coloring? Is it all just one big rich text block that you color individual parts with? Oh, Fox husband. I'm pretty sure Lazy Fangs is ready to fund your game alone at this point. Is someone using arrays? Wait, do you do an array of letters? And you add each letter as an individual widget? And then just do it like an on construct animation to do the effect. Array of boxes. For the choices or for the responses from the NPCs? Do I have that old choose your own adventure? Oh, for the choices? Yeah, that sounds a lot like our... I don't have it here with me. Kind of similar to what I did for my old choose your own adventure. So it was like an RPG choose your own adventure, so you had like your character sheet on one side and then the book and the choices on the right side. The response is just a text? Okay. Yeah, I think this is pretty much as complex as I would expect and want in this kind of game. Nice and fast to interact with too. And I like the response animation. Sometimes I took from someone else's code and backward engineered it. Well, it definitely worked well. Oh, for the typewriter text. Yeah, how does the typewriter text work for this one? I've seen like 3 different implementations of this kind of text, and some of them are not the greatest. The data table? Like you could definitely just sort a you know, you could just do this as an array of characters. And update a text block for each one. Probably better to do it in C++ though. I'd hate to do this in Blueprints. Hey, good ways code on YouTube, so I downloaded and modified it. Yeah, I've seen a couple of Blueprint tutorials for this, and it's horrible. I would not do this in Blueprints. One of those things that having some C++ code would be a lot better. Which is also why I'm not going to do that text. Let's hope. The rumors prove to be false then. I mean, typewriter text to fit more the adventure game style. Yeah, and I definitely think that the typewriter sort of text does not fit well with deeper RPG games. You know, it's kind of similar to like pickup animations. The more that I see it, the less that I want to see it. Which is why Cauldron Chronicles will never have any sort of animation for picking up ingredients. I expect the player to pick up hundreds of these. I'm not going to put an animation here for that. Put a lock-in animation that takes 3 seconds to do. Oh, you really hate the players, don't you? Talk to rocks if you want. Yeah, ours can do that too. Anything that you can interact with, I can initiate a dialogue, which would be pretty fun. It would be pretty fun if you can talk to a rock in our game. That'd be cool. Pet rock at it now. I mean, we have Bobby Bites rock down in the cave. All I have to do is, like, it already is interactable. Like, we just start a dialogue. Using a behavior tree for the dialogue? Interesting. Yeah, I like the dialogue system we have. It's so expandable, and it fits this branching narrative RPG we need. So beautiful. Is that jumping back here? Yeah. We cannot forget that we need to rework some of Spoon's dialogue. I don't even know how many places where we reference Golem Stone. One day to make. Well, simpler dialogue systems don't need that much time, do they? Thank God. Don't make branching narratives, I don't recommend it. 0 out of 10. Fun to play, not fun to make. That's why I get a narrative designer. Like, hey, look, this is your sandbox, this is what you do. I'm gonna go back to systems. Custom combat dialogue. Yeah, we're gonna have that too for enemies. Kotzberg is planning to work on that. It's part of his design for the enemies. Is to use behavior trees to comment on like when their friends fall in combat and stuff. I'm letting him take charge on that one. I mean, I could just make it a separate... Where'd he come from? Golem Stone. Yeah, I think I could rework some of this. It shouldn't be too bad. Make sure we actually do that though. Rework spoon dialogue for knowing about Golem Stone from Merchant. Well, sounds cool, man. I'm really happy for you. Sounds like we're gonna do some similar things with our enemies then. Love to see it come to life personally. But hope not. A cruel thing to say. Well, I am a cruel person. I'm just joking. Especially since Golem Stone. Oh. Recovering very well after the Sun Blight. Do we prevent the player from asking about Golem Stone until they learn about the Sun Blight? Not really. Love using blueprint interfaces to pass references. It's a good use of it. It's a good use of them. How you doing, Fluorescent Strawberry? I mean, I could lead this into the sunlight. Doing well, and you? I'm doing pretty well too. Trying to force myself to do more dialogue. I think I'll take my leave then. Starting to feel scared. Hot tip, don't scare small females. Not recommended. 0 out of 10. I prefer and joke around like that when an entire town's lives are the punchline. Just say sorry. Okay, what is this one here? Was if it was real and unfrozen, but it's not be able to stop it. What else did I want to ask about that? Who was this legendary mage? Have any names that I could read that I could use for this? Who's Karna? Let's say it was Karna the Scarred. But I think that's just people would like to believe. She's still roaming the ice marches. Whoever it was, it must have cost a lot of essence. I don't like the word cost. Must have taken enough essence to freeze a golem for this long. If it is indeed a real one. Who's Karna the Scarred? I don't know who she is. I need to think of who she would be. She was, or is, nobody knows what happened to her. A protector. The ice marches. Maybe she's known as the Scarred because she fought all manner of beast and monster. An adventurer of quite a lot of renown. He was part of the inner circle of the Third Erythian Empire. Or we can even go a little bit further here. Council of Five. The Third Erythian Empire. I don't know if seceding is the right word here, but before disagreeing with the way I wanted to have a problem with the Ebon Wars. Yeah, before the Ebon War. I don't think I called them the Ebon Wars. I think it was just the Ebon War. Like, this is one of those endless Wikipedia articles, though, where it's like, okay, you answer one question, then you open up two more. From what I know, he didn't believe King Nathaniel reasoning for attacking the Gloomkin. It's like, thank you for answering that one thing. Here's 3 other things that I don't know and need to ask about. Rather than fight a baseless war. Baseless, maybe? Fight a war during a time when people needed to unify. He set off on her own to protect the people of the Ice Marches. All manner of beast and monster. This, of course, earned her more than a few scars. Hence her name. I mean, I guess we can dive deeper into... but all this just opens up barrels of questions about Council of Five, the Third Erythian Empire, the Ebon War, the Gloomkin, King Nathaniel. A whole bunch of hoopla. I mean, the book on the Sunblight will include some of this. So we could say that. You know, that book I plan to bring will illuminate more. We can also check if the player has the book already. You know, because it's possible that you go up here, she agrees to bring the book, she brings the book, you read the book. Again, one of those things where we need to adapt the dialogue to all sorts of possibilities. Yeah, we need to go deeper. This is really where we set this game apart from every other RPG on the market. Is this micro-reactivity? So despite the amount of work that it's going to cost, it is important to do it. I don't think I have an event or a condition for checking whether or not the player has read a book. I believe I store information. And see. Player has read book. There should be like some read status or something. Yeah, get book read status has been read. Beautiful. Already have it hooked. Larson Strawberry, if you're still here, how's that that refactor of your dialogue going? I can't believe they just did a whole bunch of conditional checks. It's going well, okay. Oh, you fixed it already? Okay, okay. It feels like one of those things that it's easy to delete, but still kind of just funny that that's how it was in the first place. It feels like it would have been more work to do it that way than just to set up a quick dialogue system. You can get a dialogue system working in no time at all. I mean, even if you hard code the text, right? Because of course you have to hard code it, right? Especially in a prototype, but why can't you just read off of a data table? Very weird. Oh, I need the knot too. Oh, the journal. Oh, you're still working on that. Okay. Yeah, it was the thing you said yesterday where the original implementation had been done just by the endless branching statement, so it's just horrible to have to modify or expand. I mean, when you say it had this endless branching, do you mean that it was like just saving a boolean for, you know, has read dialogue line 1, has read dialogue line 2? Each page was its own custom. Wait, were they at least a child of like some master widget, or were they just duplicated widgets? They were each their own, so if you wanted to make changes to how one looked, you would have had to go through and change all of them. Well, I guess, you know, you make that mistake once and you learn from it. But for people who are wondering, it wasn't Fluorescent Strawberry who did this. She has to fix it. And the team this quarter, thankfully. But how did he not know? It's like you just... In order to duplicate a widget, you would have had to... I think you would have had to scroll past the create child. Or no, I guess he would have had to duplicate... Okay, so if he was just duplicating, I guess he wouldn't have seen that. I guess that's only for, like, actors. You would have actually had to go in to make a widget class and derive from there, right? Still. I feel like learning about parents and children is kind of one of the first things you learn about when you Learn how to make it. Epic has a dialogue system? Do they? How do you access it? Oh, common conversations. Experimental plugin for authoring graph-based conversation trees. Huh.
There's a
Oh, they've reconfigured their their behavior tree setup. I mean, I guess that works for super simple stuff. A bit clunky. Yeah, it works super simply. It's a little bit clunky though. But it's experimental, right? So I'm glad that they're working on that. For most basic games though, this is certainly more than enough. Got a few $100 to drop. Narrative is like the more advanced version of that. Experimental on Unreal could be many things, that's true. Like 2D sprites, yeah, like oh god, you're not wrong. Refactoring the journal gives our UI design team a second shot at its layout. That's true. First one was good, but second one has some good improvements. That is true. Who's Karna the Scarred? Oh, I was doing this task player red book. Do a select. Red book. And that'll work. Yeah, Karna the Scarred will not be in there at all. We'll just quickly do a check here. Condition. Exit player has red book. We'll do if it's none, it'll say error, no book set. Don't do that. Error invalid book ID. Beautiful, okay. I don't really check though if we have a book for that ID. Music and I'll put more music on, don't worry. Don't worry, baby birds. I'll feed you. And Throne of Liberty. Yeah, it is kind of weird when it ends. It's like, oh, snap back to reality, right? Oh, I don't have an ID for this book yet. I can make one. I just won't fill out the asset reference for it yet. Matrix got torn apart. B Sunblight. I could actually check if this exists. It's easy to do. Does data table row exist? I thought that wouldn't be an executor. That's fine. Okay, that's better. You have a pestle? I do have a pestle. Alright, that looks good. Apparently there's some government data leak. I've never found the pestle to be that great of an idea. It's one of those things. Okay, so people don't know, pestle is like the Polish version of your social security number. But the problem is that half of that number is your birth date. So if somebody knows your birth date, they have half of your social security number, which always seemed like the stupidest decision from a security standpoint. Like, it's fine to have a number that's your ID, but it's really weird to have that number. It does help remembering it, but it shouldn't be something that... Like in the US, we have a... I'm not going to show the front of it, but we have a physical card, right? Yeah, the back side of that number is not important. So if that leaks, it's okay. You can do much with your ID number, or you can't do much. It's a piece of the puzzle though, right? And the more pieces of the puzzle somebody has, the more they could potentially steal your identity. So, I don't know. What is somebody going to do with some foreigner's pestle number? They can steal it. I don't know. Do something fun with it. Have fun with my identity. give this a custom color too. Node color. Check out the coding channel? Okay. Give me a second. It should poop out the... node? Wonder if I only check it on events and not conditions. Maybe? Well, it's fine. I'll just leave it hooked up. the location to content dynamic blueprints. What is the folder structure that you're... I don't know if your college professor is telling you to use that structure, or if this person just used it. I don't know about the folder structure, yeah, because there's a pretty industry standard style guide that people pretty much use with a little bit of modification. That's this one. I don't know. Dynamic. Separating assets into static and dynamic is wild. It's like our team could upload assets without touching things in the blueprint folder. Weird. That's weird. Oh yeah, I don't know. Who knows? How's the merchant going? Going good. There's a lot of lore about the game here that we're starting to inject into an NPC for the first time, so I have to be careful of when has the player read certain information and when haven't they. You know, she can bring a book that she can sell you. Yeah, it's lore dump NPC essentially, which is good. You know, it's good that we're finally getting that out there, but it also means I might have to go back and reconfigure some of Spoon's dialogue, and especially his lore. What if she gets confronted with Spoon lore? I mean, you can mention Spoon. You even have a line where if you know how goblins treat gossipers, you can mention that you're not going to spill any beans because you're no gossiping goblin. The moment you start talking about stenches, she leaves. There's some info in the book about Ebon War. Well, you know, it's kind of weird. I don't know. You know, let's assume that the player has gone down this path but hasn't read the book. The player's not going to know that this additional path opens up if you do read the book, in which case it would make more sense to put it back here to talk about the book. But maybe I just won't make it that in depth. It's not going to be like something that is too crucial if you miss it. So starter content and nobody's made a real effort to get rid of it because people keep accidentally adding it to the project whenever we remove it and then uploading it with the revision control we use. What's the revision control that you're using? Because it feels like on your main branch you should just be able to remove it, upload, and oh, perforce, okay. So not branches, but I'm sorry, you know, flows or rivers or whatever the hell they call it. Swim lanes, or I don't know, who the fuck knows. I forget whatever Perforce calls it. Some stupid word for branches. And yeah, it can be really easy to get shit back into main branch when it shouldn't be there. Workspaces? No, Perforce uses something else. It's something with water. It's not swim lanes, though. Just a single line with just main and development because nobody takes advantage of it. No, you guys are game dev students. Don't do the just push to main. You gotta use your branches. I'm not a big fan of Perforce, though. Streams, that's what it is. It's streams. That's what it is. I think I'm going to mention in that book the lore that you know, because it was like the thing that kicked off the Ebon War was that a peace envoy was dispatched with gifts to negotiate for territory. It's not well known what occurred, but the envoy did not return, and remains of the envoy were found near to the Gloomkin settlement, equipment and gifts missing. And the king just sent a company of soldiers to retaliate, assuming that it was the Gloomkin. They fought back, and then the Ebon War raged on for 4 more years. And of course the king is, you know, it's like, oh no, they definitely killed them. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe they didn't. I like plastic a lot though for branches. It's got a really good visual notion for that. Got a game jam coming up. Ooh, that is exciting. Are you going to head a game, or are you going to join a team? Hey, dipshit idiot. I love your name, man. How you doing? Dipshit idiot. Ah, you guys are great. You're part of the team as a programmer? Oh, that's cool. You know what your game idea is yet, or do you guys have the theme? That's a shooting gun. Wish Horde supported more SCM than only Perforce. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, Perforce, I've used it a couple times, and every time I've used it, it was just a pain in the ass. It didn't seem the most user-friendly, and the pricing was not great for indies. The new one that's been out that we want to try was, oh god, what was it called? Diversion source control. And this one is specifically meant for game developers, or I think it was, they have like yeah, it's pretty centered around game development, and the pricing is really great for indie. And they even have special indie pricing, which is pretty nice. Five users, 100 gigabytes. It's quite a lot. There's some hilarious horror stories of perforce at my college, like having a workspace on an external drive and checking out files, or making workspace on one of the hundreds of computers in our tech building, signing out with assets still checked out. Of course. And not naming the workspace to which computer it was and not remembering where they worked. Yeah, sounds about right. I mean, exclusive checkouts are nice. I think that smaller teams that are well communicating don't need to have exclusive checkouts. They just need to communicate when they've checked out something. Thankfully, some parts of Unreal, like especially when you're working on levels, when the what is it, like one file per asset, whatever they do for their world partition, it makes it a lot better and easier to not have to like check out one whole level and mess up somebody else's work. But core files, you know, you still might have that problem. Thought it was questionable to attack the Gloomkin without definitive proof that they killed the peace envoy. Gloomkin were the only sentient race in those tunnels. Who else could have killed the peace envoy? You and I are of similar mind, alchemist. Many choose to take the king's words. King should be probably capitalized. The proper title. But it is the victors that write the history books. Favorite con block, run a bunch of setup first. Are you guys making good use of like a game instance or some sort of subsystem for storing data? I'm not so sure myself. Without proof. The Battle of Hearsay. Got a graduate student handling that who's already shipped a few projects. Okay, cool. I think one of the first things I like to teach new people is being able to store and call information is kind of the backbone. And having it all in one place saves you a whole lot of time later. Okay, this can jump back to where? Probably here. I could then do... Yeah, let's do the same condition but false here. So if the player has or has not read the book. Then we can do a branch 2 of whether or not... Let me think here. I want to do 3 things. So the player hasn't read the book, but does the player have the book in their inventory? The player has not read the book. Did the merchant bring it or say they'll bring it? Has the player not read the book and the merchant has brought it, the player hasn't purchased it? So many options. Decent structure for most of the systems when they're mostly attached to the player character's actor components, then an interface that connects to the player character has things like get journal reference, output of the object reference into the system, or anything in the scene can get the player controller, get the player actor, then use the interface function for like get journal ref. From there, get a reference to the components, functions, and events. Yeah, that works. Yeah, especially if you know you're only going to have that one player. Has the player read book? Mentions a whole lot things I know nothing about. Let's see if we have this. Merchant 1 will bring Sunblight book. Maybe I need to think about this. If Merchant 1 will bring Sunblight book, we have 1 for checking if they have brought it. Has she brought the book? Sippy sippy. I will sip. I will have to go to the bathroom first though. Which one brought Sunblight book? Player has Sunblight book. Player has read Sunblight book. Well, we already checked for that. And the merchant has Sunblight book in inventory. we need different responses for this based on these 4 possibilities. Either the merchant doesn't have it yet, but has promised to bring it. The merchant has brought it and has given it or not given it. And then based on whether or not the player has been given it, has the player actually read the book? Okay, let me go to the bathroom. Then I can hydrate and we can figure this out. Okay. Alright. Channel my inner Matthew McConaughey. So I certainly don't channel the outer Matthew McConaughey. Sounded like you tripped over, not fine. I had to get the blood moving. And writing dialogue is just so painful. I love thinking about the lore of our game and our characters. But man, I thought there was nothing that I'd be worse at than art. It might be writing this much dialogue. I need to find those people that are just like, I live and breathe for writing characters and dialogue. You need 1 character? How about 5? Just be like, okay, I will spend a week teaching you how to use this system. Go crazy. But it also can't just be writers, because we also need a narrative designer who can look at it and actually create good flow for the characters and organize all the data and choices that you make. Because, I think that we're all over the place. Show, don't tell. That works in a book. It works in a book, and I think in a game where those characters are more than just NPCs, like customers. It'll be quite a challenge to achieve that with the way that our gameplay takes place. Characters' personality might be apparent through the things they choose to comment on. That's true too. I agree with you. I agree with you. It's not my forte, and thankfully I will not be the one writing the characters for the game. I'd rather just help out with like the lore and like the world, the backstory, help add some depth. But I'm not very organized. I'm not a very organized person. Just this is not my expertise. Okay. I mean, if the player hasn't read it, we know that the player, at the very least, has not done that. Merchant one will bring Sunblight Book true. We'd also need one for false. World building is difficult. A lot of it comes from implied depth. Vulcan is the outlier when it comes to writing an expansive world because he actually just went and wrote out everything. Yeah. Wish I were Tolkien. Only dialogue is taunts. If my game could just be simple, if you reverse engineer a good, well-written game, or what people consider a well-written game, like, a lot of the times you have... Let me pull up Paint. Let me distract myself more today. You have just a few branching paths. But then they all kind of lead back to the same thing, right? And it's just, you have the main line, a little bit of flavor, and then the main line. The faux branching, yeah, whatever you want to call it, it all is meant to guide the player towards a linear destination with in-between flavor. It works. I'm not going to say that this is good or bad, because it depends on the game. Mass Effect is very linear in this way, but the flavor is good, the lore is good, the writing is good, so nobody gives a shit. But if you want to do true branching where you can just completely close yourself out of things, or the player might not have just gotten this far at all, so all of this information and data that you would want to save is now just non-existent in the player's memory. It just adds like a wild amount of work to it and forethought. And one cool idea can mean having to refactor 2 other NPCs. Should I stop watching this? I'm afraid it will ruin my game's enjoyment. Nah, I don't know, don't think about it. When you play games, don't think about it. Are you doing true branching? We're doing a bit of each. But yes. I mean, this is just the lore for Spoon. And you can just axe yourself off here. Okay, he's done. He doesn't want to do business with you anymore. He's gone. Now you will not see him ever again. Oof. Like certain choices you make, you might just, oh, okay. Now you want to, now he'll do a race and he'll have a new encounter. Simply because you've convinced him to do a rematch. The more you learn about things, the more you start to notice them. Yeah, and I think that's where I'm trying to get people to play this so they can tell me if they feel that, because I've written Spoon to have that micro-reactivity. Where if you go down these pathways and you say these things, you should notice. Or if you're looking for it, you should notice, but you may not, implicitly connect that small thing you said in dialogue actually mattered and changed the way that this new set of dialogue is going. Like, you might learn how goblins treat gossipers. Here. That's it. That's the only way you get that. And now, because of that, in this completely different NPC, you can make mention of that. Here. So, I mean, that's the kind of, you know, small micro reactivity that I want to include. It's just hell to write. It is absolute hell. I love it. I love the effect of it, but I hate having to write it. I'm just immersing into it and thinking, wow, don't know how it works, but it was also phenomenal. I think when you notice it in a game, yeah, it's just so, you appreciate it. And you can tell just how much work went into it. We can feel it. I know, I feel so demoralized when I have these streams, and it's not because I hate the effect or I hate the RPG dialogue. I just am not good at writing it. And I'm not good at organizing it. I'm a gardener type of writer. Give me the seed, and I'll nurture that into a cool plant. But don't ask me to design exactly how that seed is going to grow, how it's going to look when it ends. I like to just kind of let those things flourish and let the spontaneity of a character's story take me in a direction that I didn't anticipate. And I think George Martin is that kind of writer too, as opposed to like, you know, with like Harry Potter or something. Although she did have to do a little bit of reconfiguring of her story along the way too. You have many NPCs, you should use them more as narrative devices. Allow the player to better explore their own morals in the world. Well, that's exactly it, yeah. You know, it's like you have a goal to be an alchemist and provide potions for people. But do you provide potions for people that you disagree with on a moral or ethical level? Or that are going to use those potions for things that you don't agree with or that you would never do yourself? You know, can you separate yourself from that work, or do you want to only provide potions for people that you think are going to use them for good? And what happens if you believe what somebody says and it turns out that they didn't do that for good? You know, how do you reconcile with those consequences? That's core to what I think will make our game completely unique. There's also the kind of writer that will never finish his work. That is true too. I don't blame him. If he just came out and says, I got demoralized because I saw how D&D handled my story in the show, I would completely agree and not blame him at all. But I just wish he would come out and say that instead of like stringing us along like some high school teen girl saying, well, maybe I'll date you. Just say it, woman. God. Can we hold hands now or not? Jesus. It sounded personal. It did sound a bit personal, didn't it? Ashley? I don't know, I just made up a name. Yeah, I'll jump up into the book. I suppose the overall... It's an awful lot to do. Like, make up your mind. Just fucking around. I think I'm okay with women being the gatekeepers of sex, to be honest. I just wish they were a bit, you know, They could just tell me what they're actually feeling sometimes, these gatekeepers. You have to ask if you want to know. You don't ask, they don't know, you don't know. There's always those fun little snippets, though, from individuals on social media where they will, I like you as a friend. There was one recently where I think it was like some... And this is... I'm not trying to be sexist or anything, it was just like one example. Where this woman was like, I'm trying to get my boyfriend to notice something. And people were like, well, did you tell him? They're like, no, I told him I didn't want help with this thing, but secretly I wanted him to just offer help for this thing. And they're like, okay, so you told him that you don't want help, but you actually wanted help. And now you're mad because he didn't help. Just the stereotypical experience, right? They're sometimes so fucking disgusting and creepy. I understand that if you get hit up from every individual on this planet, you just can't anymore. I agree. I agree. Girlfriend did this, asked me in the evening to drive her to work the next morning. In the morning I asked, do I need to drive you? And she was like, no. Like, okay. And she got angry that I didn't drive her. Yeah, go for it, Odin. Yeah. Men and women just have their quirks. And we frustrate the hell out of each other sometimes, but we both need each other. It's great. I love it. I kind of wish we could acknowledge it more, though. I don't like this. Player has heard of Sunblight. Did I branch again? Keep talking, socket sucker. I'm gonna wear out a knee joint kicking your ass. It's pretty good. I like that. So that the only reason the previous journal opened in the first place is that it actually disabled the player's keyboard input for opening it after it opened. Keybind fort was never set to activate only once when pressed. Sounds about right. Are you guys using input mapping context? Because those have helped a lot. Those are really, really great for me. Because I can just, whenever I don't want the player to be able to open their keyboard or move around or something, I can just disable those contexts. Thank God they have that instead of the old system. Oh my God, the old system was horrendous. Capitalization on horror. For some reason. Did you hear about that woman that slept with like over 1,000 dudes in one day? Speaking of whores, I think it was some OnlyFans creator. Should we pivot to talking about that? think we also need, has the player even heard about the Sunblight? We need one where Merchant 1 will bring Sunlight Book. But I think we need to do it in the opposite direction. It's gonna get really confusing. You want me to bring that book? Any combat lines or taunts? We'll get there. I mean, combat lines or taunts is going to be a very small part of our dialogue. And one we can work on when we get there. Two different customers that don't like each other. Try to push you into not selling to the other customer. That would be pretty funny. I mean, because we plan to have multiple merchants, it would be pretty funny if I just had two merchants that just pissed on each other. It was just like two old dudes. Oh, don't sell to him. He doesn't know anything. He cheated on his wife, you know. It's like, I don't care. That's none of my business. It would be pretty good. With our system, we can literally do anything. It's pretty incredible how much of a sandbox it is. The problem is because it's so much of a sandbox and there are very few guardrails, it is also just a pain in the ass to write anything for this game. It's easy if you want to make a character that just has dialogue, and you know, it's just like one encounter, a one-off encounter. You're not going to see that NPC again. Super simple, super easy. Beautiful. But the moment you want to like have them accept a potion, well, now here's the question. What potion did you give them? What does that do? How does that change their story? Potion seller, I'm going into battle. That's just how I should pitch this game. Have you ever wanted this to be a reality? Insert the potion seller meme. Yeah, we'll do a descending conditional check here for dialogue. Did you want me to bring that book? Otherwise, the merchant has brought the book. Well, I'll have a character like that. That'd be pretty funny. I don't like this though. Yeah, the correct order would be player has the Sunblight book but hasn't read it. Then the merchant has the Sunblight book in the inventory, so the player hasn't purchased it then. And I think we do filter out read books. So I can modify that narrative conditional. Writing dialogue ain't that hard. You can write dialogue for us then. When you have to do conditional checks like these, any combination of which may be true or false at any time. Just another alchemist who comes into your shop to try and critique your potions. That's a good idea too, I like that. Your code look like Disneyland? In what way? I mean, our games have very different goals, right? So, I don't know if it's even possible to compare the dialogue systems in our game. And the complexities. You have more spaghetti in your code? I have a lot of spaghetti, I would say that. We just have this dialogue editor. This prevents a lot of spaghetti, but this still creates spaghetti. Alright, we don't have a check right now for whether or not the player actually has a book in their inventory. I do have an inventory check. I know I have a merchant inventory check. I could make one. I think I'll just do, for now, a book check, though. We'll write it as we need it. Missing his comments. Don't need comments if I never forget what I'm doing. Yes, I still need comments. It's a joke. We do have comments though. I put them in once I finish with sections, and then I comment things out. And then I use these color codings that I added to the system to figure out where things are located. Search for a dialogue event, and the actual dialogue looks to be stored in a data table. Yeah, that's how I would do it too. Pretty simple, since I guess the player never needs to make a choice. That works, yeah. Iterates the data table. That's a good way to do it. Especially because the player can't, like, yeah, you said they can't make choices, they can't really quit out of a dialogue midway, so just go through each index. Give the ability of the player to be an asshole. Well, we do want that. I want the player to kind of play this game the way they want, and if they want to be the asshole psychopath, go for it. This is not Dragon Age Veilguard. You can be an asshole. You can say a swear word. It's okay. There are more than enough F-bombs. Can they kill anyone? Yes, you can. Just literally do the opposite of what everyone wants. Hey, can I have a health potion? Here's a health potion. Actually poison. Dead. Your favorite part of designing a system is documenting it. That's my least favorite part of designing a system. I'm a prototyper. Although it is much easier to document once you've actually made the system. Let's see. F name. Book ID. Do I have something for checking the player's book inventory? I have get book read status, but the player may own it but has never read it. Are there dialogue perks? No, but I could add that. Skills you need? No, we don't do skills, we do knowledge. So whether or not you know something is your skill. Your skill as an alchemist is determined by what you've discovered. Yeah, let's make this core. Check player book inventory. I like games that have skill and perk based dialogue systems. I really do. But I think that it makes more sense for a game's core goal because you are an alchemist, you're a specialist. This is kind of like, you're not role-playing the random wanderer, you're role-playing an alchemist to base it off of your knowledge of your expertise, your mastery. So rather than having perks, I think that discovery is going to be the name of the game, and whether or not the player knows how to do something is really where it's going to come down to. So like there won't be like skill checks like that. One line for the player is just, can I have some money now? Would be good. B does player. I want to keep it short. B owned. Instead of doing an equal, I'll just do a not equal so I don't have to invert. I can also just do greater than, but it's fine too. Well, here's the interesting design question is, how do we get the... I think we talked about this. That I was fine with the customers paying up front even though it's not the potion that they might have wanted. So if you provided poison to that knight that wanted the health potion, he will give you money for it. But he'll die, so it's just like you are cutting off future access to him. Or if you help him and you do a really good job, he'll bring back some of the loot from the dungeon. So, you're trading an immediate reward for a lack of long-term support. To decide whether or not to trust them. That's a good idea too. I know we wanted to do some things like if you the long plays. So for instance, an assassin asks for a poison. You provide the poison, you learn that it's the assassin used it to kill a king. Now you've destabilized a region, now you have a whole bunch of refugees moving through your land, and they don't have enough money to pay for them. So it's like, did you do that on accident? Do you want to help these refugees? Do you want to get them killed? What do you want to do? The knight's honorable. These are all great questions that I think immerse the player in the role of being an alchemist. I like all of it. We just have to be able to write all of it. And there is a lot of data tied to just even one encounter. Different potion outcomes, different dialogue. How we score that potion, how we measure it. Sometimes going above and beyond actually will get you the worst outcome. Why do you use name as the input for the condition instead of a table row handle? I'm just used to it doing this way. Real thank you so much for the follow. I probably said that name wrong, but thank you so much. Correct me if you need to. But yeah, the data table row handle would be better. I'm such an old dog of Unreal that back when I was getting started, they didn't have these sorts of things, so yeah, it is what it is. And in this case, I can't use the data table row handle because I store the player's inventory as a structure. An evil outcome can also have a beneficial outcome for the player. Exactly. That's exactly it. But, you know, we judge... The way that I verbalize it in the documentation is that there are 5, you know, like scoring outcomes. There's exceptional, good, base, bad, terrible. But these are all in the eyes of the NPC. So the assassin who comes asking for a poison, if you deny him service, this is a terrible outcome. But that's in the eyes of the assassin. For you, trying to play an honorable alchemist, him not being able to assassinate a king and destabilize a region might be good for you. So we never show the player what outcome they get, right? We never. This is all handled behind the scenes. And the consequence that you can visualize or that you can see or hear about is what the player will see. So terrible outcomes might be good outcomes might be terrible. Depends on your morality and the way that you're playing the character. That's exactly why it is a role-playing game at its core. Okay, player has Sunblight book. We can do that check. And if the player has the Sunblight book, we know that the merchant brought it and the merchant sold it, so we can assume, and we can just have the merchant say, you know, you haven't read that book I got you? Book I brought you? Highly recommend it, as it's very interesting. Hey Medcow, side technical question. How does multi-language localization support work with the dialogue system? Different parts of the data table. So with this system, you can localize the text. Probably being covered up by chat. Oh, hold on. Let me hide my chat. So you can localize these with IDs to string tables. I don't do that now because we're working on a prototype, so it's only going to be English. But when we start to actually write the final version, then we, of course, will localize all these. Yeah, I do recommend this plugin. It is a little pricey, but if you're trying to write really deep RPG dialogue, it is 100% worth it. Here is the link. It also has support for voice acting, for different camera shots, all the things that you would expect out of a high quality, you know, node-based plugin like this. We don't use that because we're kind of more like CRPG, so it's less cinematic, but much deeper options. Assassin could go to another instead for it. He could. Although I think for gamification reasons, we may, you know, we may up your importance in the realm for the sake of being able to write more interesting stories, as opposed to all the characters just went to a different alchemist to get the things they wanted instead of you. Okay, this will jump back to here. Oop, not a condition, that is an event. Next one, merchant has Sunblade book in their inventory. Now we do have an inventory check. Where am I looking? But this is only checking their types. Yeah, I'll do another checker then. It's not like having more of these is that much of an issue. Similarly, though, I don't think I have a simple checker for the merchant's book inventory, but easy to make. Sometimes doing a blind good deed isn't the best, like giving a beggar a coin will leave him a target for other beggars. It's true. There will be a very careful balance we need to strike with realism versus, you know, understandability, where it's easy to go down the butterfly rabbit hole and connect just the craziest dots because, you know, what can happen, what can happen will happen, right? Murphy's Law here. Surprising the player is one thing, but making sure that they can connect their actions to certain consequences, I think, will be more important, even if it is less realistic. I don't know why I just did that. Okay, book ID, get merchant, books. Filter own books would imply that the player doesn't have those anyway. So it can be left on or off realistically. Yeah, I think what I want to do is write a very simplistic character for like the tutorial, um, like overly simplistic, but one that helps you to understand how your actions have consequences, or at least a couple of these types of characters. I think that'll be the biggest source, it'll be one of the biggest friction points, or one maybe not friction is not the right word. I don't think many games where you play a role of like a shopkeeper or somebody making something teach the player that there's more than just a binary result, their actions, where a customer comes up asking for meal or for drink or food truck item, that there's anything that will happen if they don't do it perfectly, or they do it even more perfectly than expected, or they don't provide it at all. In all these other games, it's always binary result. You either did it or you didn't do it. And I wouldn't blame players for launching our game and expecting it to work similarly to that. So we need to teach players that that's not how it works. And I don't want them to make a critical decision so early in the game that it frustrates them. So having a couple of easy NPCs where they can learn, oh, here's how you fucked up. Here's what happens. Maybe you shouldn't have provided an even better potion or something. Those will be the most critical moments for them. And probably also some of the drawing. Or some of the, a selling point. Sorry, I'm like trying to make this and speak at the same time. Absolutely horrible. Gonna hit the hay? Yeah, take care, man. Good luck in your game. Seriously, if you want me to cook you up with Michał Gabicki, I can. And he'll be able to just talk with you for like an hour and tell you if Kickstarter is your best move forward or not. Okay, hold on. Alchemy. Conditions. Check player inventory for book. I also need to do a graph display text here. New assets for the player's cabin? Yes. It's all modular as well. I hope that my design is relatively okay, because I'm not a level designer and I'm not a level artist. That is your forte. Speaking of, I had somebody in here. I have two people, actually. Oten the Knight, who might have just left, was looking for a level designer for his game. And I don't know if August is here or not, but he was looking for a level designer for his game. And I mentioned specifically you. Try to update and check when I have some time and energy for that. Yeah, no worries, man. How's your new work going? Check for player book. Book ID. Does data table row exist? Get a bigger message Discord about it, but it's interesting, stressful, but interesting. Are you getting paid for it at least? So that in the interim, without game dev work, you're not dying. Person who's looking for a level designer, you gave my Discord to the person? Yeah, I did. I don't know if he's in here. Let me check. No. Is he online right now? No. But I did send it. So I guess he'll contact you. He's got like most of the game set up and he can make all the systems and stuff. He just doesn't have the time or the knowledge to do the level design himself. And he wants to just get the game, you know, released into market. Going to my birthday rave soon. Oh my god, bless your D. Yeah, take care, man. Have a nice weekend as well. Have a nice birthday party too. Error, invalid, book ID. Yeah, we'll see you Monday for more of this. It's gonna be a long week. Here's the thing, the lower is the hard part. Writing the rest of it is kind of like easier because it's just like informational. How did the potion work? Do you want to trade? Yes, okay. Done. The big 30, now you're old, dude. We're both 30. Cries and back pain. Grunty noises when standing up. Wondering why we have increased heart rate and getting fatter. Yeah, I feel it. We also need to append false rule. Counting the gray hairs in the mirror. I hope I don't have any gray hairs. I have, okay, I have one gray eyebrow. That's it. And I pull that shit out the moment I see it. Not happening. Yeah, I'm not accepting that. Like, oh, that must be a bug. That's just that, yeah, it's, you know, it's like a mole, right? A mole isn't a sign that you're getting old. It's just a bug in your skin development. And one that the developers aren't going to patch. Actually, you can patch a mole. I take that back. Just need some advices for level design. Yeah, feel free to tell them to contact me. Not sure I'll be able to do work for them though. He mentioned that he would potentially be able to pay. I'm not going to put word in his mouth. It's not like a crazy game, and you could probably work in free time if you ever had any, but I'll let him explain his situation himself. Yeah, I sent it to him. If he was in here, I would try to connect you guys up here, but I don't see him here. So it is what it is. Okay. We need to check. Merchant has Sunblight book in inventory. NC check merchant book inventory. Or B Sunblight. And this one is check player's inventory. Oh, I like how I structured this better. Player inventory check underscore book. Merchant inventory check underscore book. So these get read in descending order, so, you know, we can check, does the player have the book? Well, that assumes that the merchant brought the book, which assumes that the merchant will bring the book, which also assumes that the player has heard of the book. So we can kind of do it reverse like this, where if this is true, we know that these are not important. Otherwise, we then need to check, did the merchant bring the book, but the player didn't buy it? Brought the book about the Sunblight. If you'd like it. And we could have her give the book via this, but I think I'll just keep it. Check my inventory next time we trade. Yeah, it's fine. We can use the same one there. Merchant 1 brought Sunlight book. Kind of the same thing. Merchant 1 will bring Sunblight book. Don't worry. Okay, thank you for auto-saving. Don't worry. That book I plan to bring will go into even more detail. I look forward to it. Sounds like I'm missing out. Okay, Merchant 1 will bring Sunblight book. Player has heard of Sunblight. Because it is possible that you've heard about the Sunblight book, but you just completely refuse to acknowledge it, I think. You can deny it. You can have heard of Sunblight, but Merchant 1 will bring Sunblight book to be false. So yeah, player has heard of Sunblight. Merchant 1 will bring Sunblight book false. And you could again deny the book or accept it. If you really hate reading, if that's the kind of player you are, I guess you can do that if you want. Sure. I'd like to read it. No, I'm okay without it. Oh, okay. ... She's dejected. She likes talking about history. Good word, don't use it enough, dejected. Fantastic. I'll bring it next time we talk. Or next time I visit, technically. I'll bring it next time I visit. And then this needs to save... Merchant 1 will bring Sunblight book. True. Okay. Lastly, yeah, you haven't heard of it, and she hasn't promised to bring the book. The reason why is because in order to hear about the Sunblight, you primarily have to either go up here first or have it mentioned in other areas. But you might just go straight to talking about Golem Stone, right? In which case, we can either jump the player up into here and put another checker in. Might be the best way to do it. No, what's the Sunblight? That'll jump the player up here. And then we'll save another piece of info. Merchant 1 player was talking about Golem Stone. Where do we want to enter that? Yeah, these all lead back to 24, which I think is this node, right? Yes. So we can put it here. And the reason we do this is so that we kind of will know that the player was in this section of dialogue. And then when they jump up here and it starts playing from this node, we can determine where they need to jump back to if they agree to have the book or not. So another check. Where is it? Save choice. Player was talking about Golem Stone. True. This is going to jump us back to probably here when it's done. And then we can set that to false as well. Okay. Yeah, this will just say thank you. Perfect. It would be a hell of a lot easier if we could just say, okay, first, this section of dialogue plays, and then you will have the option to ask this, and then this. But because it can be asked in any order, you might learn about repeat information, and we don't want the player to sound like they don't know about that information. So then it's weird, right? It's like, well, I just talked to you about this thing. That's really weird that you're pretending like I don't know anything about it. In which case, this is where those checks and conditionals need to come in to make it make sense. Okay, I think that's okay. We'll have to test all of her dialogue multiple times. Mentioning spoon, this is all about Golem Stone. By the way, this is still, again, only one of the questions that we can ask her. It's all for one question. Okay, I need to go back to Spoon's dialogue a little bit for knowing about Golem Stone from Merchant. So, because you could technically, you can meet this merchant after, you have to meet this merchant after Spoon, but you may not have asked Spoon about where he's from, which is Golem Stone. So if you've asked the merchant about Golem Stone before you talk to Spoon about it, we need to make sure that there are lines where you already know about Golem Stone, and it won't sound like you're hearing about it for the first time. And that's based on this ID. Okay. Close these then, we don't need them. Now, unfortunately, there is no way to search a story file for mention of Golem Stone. So I will just need to open up all of his dialogues and try to look for where that's used. Pain and suffering. He has a lot of dialogue. An awful lot. Oh no, there's a whole section of Golem Stone. I don't know if any of this will be super relevant. I don't know, it might need some refactoring. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Okay, lore loop. Name, there's nothing there. Origin, yes. He mentions he's from Golem Stone. Now we save on asking that you've asked the thief about Golem Stone. However, does the merchant mention quite old golem? Blah 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 blah. Hey Scrudge, ever beat Kingdom Come? I did, and it is all on YouTube if anyone's curious. Where is it? Kingdom Come Deliverance. Here's the playlist if you're curious. If you want to see certain decisions I made. We will be playing the second one when it releases on February 4th, Tuesday. Yeah, you can't mention this unless you know about Golem Stone anyway, so she doesn't mention sewer goblins. So all we need to do is try to like just hook up a separate section here where instead of just, you know, Goblin Stone question mark, be like, oh, I've heard about Goblin Stone from a merchant I met. Might need some more space in here. I met a merchant in Golem Stone. He told me a bit about what's above, but not about below. I never saw much of the shit up top, just down below. Guess I saw a bit when I left for the surface, though, but that's another story. Okay, that works fine. Any other locations where we check about Golem Stone? Family? I don't think there's anything in family. Just double checking. Yeah, I don't think there's anything there. Friends. No, just about Pebble. Gossiping goblins. What is the save choice? Oh, he's at least 10% of the reason I left the Golem Stone sewers. That's weird that it saves that there. Because he kind of just offhandedly mentions Golem Stone, but... it's fine. It's a prototype. This character isn't probably going to be the final game anyway. Doesn't need to be perfect. Nope, not there. Dreams. Dreams, it might be mentioned. No, it is not. Okay, here's one. Is Golem Stone where you lived? That's only if you haven't talked about Golem Stone. Let's see. You're from Golem Stone. I heard a bit about it from a merchant. From a merchant I met. Oh, I need to make double sure of something to appear. Origin. Oh, this does save that. Okay. No, it's fine. We just need to make sure that this is only enterable if both, or if Ask Thief about Golem Stone is false. And if Merchant 1 asked about Golem Stone is false too. Or this is, nope, sorry, true. And then we need to move it above this one so that it gets checked first. Or no, that's not important. That's not important. That's important for responses from NPCs. This just needs to be false, false, or false, true. True trues are handled down here. True trues and true falses, okay. So much to keep in mind. Well, you'll have to ask me about it later. Not too much about the city. Like, this is just different flavor. I don't need it to interrupt his story or anything. Just needs to make sense. Gossiping goblins. Blah, blah, blah. Intro stenches. I don't know if any talk about his book, like Flat Earth, his turd recipe. None of this is really relevant to Golem Stone, so I think that's all good. Thief 1. There's no talk of Golem Stone here. I don't think there's anything here. There was a bug that I came across I'll have to fix as well. You ask Spoon for a book. He'll bring it in the same encounter. Just gotta fix that. What about 2B? I don't think he mentions it anywhere. Two C is empty. Two D is the same. 3A and 3B I know is where we mention it. But then after this, I think in 4, 5, and 6, we assume is the only way to get through dialogue 3A, I believe. Yeah, return back from lore loop. So once here, we assume that the player knows about Golem Stone. Simple as that. So I think in 4, 5, and 6, we don't need to mess around with it because the only way to get to Dialogue Thief 4, the encounters of Thief 4, 5, and 6, is to complete 3A or 3B, so this should be the last point where we need to care for it. And say, oh, you're from Golemstone? I met a merchant. Told me about that place. Although I think in Dialogue Thief 6 we may need to touch up a little bit because he has more in-depth lore about the city. We'll get to that. True, and this condition should be false. And this is false, false. And again, just different flavor. Visiting dad again. Yeah, nothing here should be super relevant. Race rematch. Okay, so let's copy this over. Okay, 3A and 3B look good. 4, 5, and 6. Well, at least this here, 4, 5. Should be fine. There's a lot of... Whew. There's a lot of shit here. Okay, this is the big chungus question mark that I have is I wanted to write more lore about Golemstone for Spoon to share. The problem is the golems or the sewer goblins have their own story about how the city was made. It's really stupid. It's just absolutely not true. It's obviously not true. But if you challenge him on it, he will get angry with you, and if you do it too much, he'll leave and hate you for it. So I need to fit some things in to this. Contradictory information that we got from the merchant. Nothing up here should be relevant because this is all about Stenchus, you know, which is the god of sewers. What? What? What is this? There are two types of goblin in this world, human. Those with shites in their butts and those with shites in their hands. What does that even mean? We know hands are spoons, right? Having shite in your hands means that you've sullied the gift that Stenchus has given us. You've grabbed the shite with your divine hands, but where the shite belongs is in your butt. The saying means that some people keep shite where it belongs and others keep it where it doesn't belong. So if you grab the shite with your hands when it's just come out of your butt, then you have shite on your hands, but shite belongs only on the butt, and you use something else to grab the shite, such as 2 stones. So the smartest goblins, the ones who survive, are the goblins that don't grab shite with their hands. What? Out for your shift to have fun, you know, if you have Discord, yeah, or very extensive use of shit. Also, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. Oh, so you're talking to him about you're talking to Spoon about survival. It's a harsh world, and being a bit selfish is a good tactic for survival. Well, the sewer goblins have a saying that there are 2 types of goblins in this world, those with shites in their butts and those with shites in their hands. Again, you have to keep in mind sewer goblins are really nothing makes sense with them. They have their own type of math. They worship turds, okay? They believe in a flat world. Every time Spoon opens his mouth, you never know what you're gonna get. Just like a box of chocolates. So he's trying to explain that the smartest goblins are the goblins that don't grab shite with their hands. They use something else. Because shite doesn't belong in the hands, it belongs in your butt. Although technically he says, I don't understand it either, fuck wisdom, I have my spoons. To be fair, not grabbing poop with your hands seems quite wise to me. There are only a few times where it's acceptable, but it's best if we move on. You know what, I don't know what I was thinking when I wrote this, I just wrote it, okay? I think I was crazy. I'm telling you, every time I get into dialogue, I lose my mind. And I think Spoon was an outlet for me to pour my thoughts and feelings about how much this is frustrating to me into words. They worship turds. We're really Democrat. Nice one. Oh boy. Okay, so that Gollum statue has just been there the whole time. As far as I've heard, the story goes that a group of displeased forest goblins found a beautiful patch of land to create some sewers. Okay, what I need to do is... we need to have 2 lead-ups into here. One if you've talked with the merchant before, and one if you haven't. But I need them to kind of both just funnel back into Spoon telling a story. Which, by the way, here's the story of how Gollum Stone was made according to the sewer goblins. The story goes that a group of displeased forest goblins found a beautiful patch of land to create some sewers. As they were building it, a large golem came crashing out of the woods and threatened to kill them and destroy the sewer. A brave sewer goblin by the name of Twiggy, though I guess at that point he was still just a forest goblin, ran down to the nearby river and scooped up some water in his hands. He prayed to Stenchus, who ended up blessing the water with magical sewage, the first sewage to ever exist. The golem was rampaging, killing goblins left and right, so Twiggy ran back up with the sewage in his hands and threw it at the goblin. The golem fell to his knees, clearly in pain from the incredible power of Stenchus' sewage. Stench's might and power is beyond any of our understandings, and the golem was frozen in fear. He remains this way even to this day, unable to move out of terror that Stench's may once again smite him with sewage. And after the golem was destroyed, Twiggy and the other goblins were able to build their sewers in peace. I don't know what I'm doing. Had a combusting pleasure from this sewage. It's so stupid because it's like, and you can interrupt and you say, you know, sewers aren't just created, right? They exist because settlements need somewhere to route their sewage. And then he immediately says, no, shut up. They are just created. And you can even say, well, I'm pretty sure sewage existed before this. It's just excrement. He constantly just tells you you're wrong. And if you do this enough times, he will just leave. I think that's how it is, right? Okay, so if you've talked to the merchant first about Golem Stone, because he says they still have that big fucking golem statue in the middle of the town, people throwing flowers around it for some reason. We would also want a option. Okay, you know what? Just first do this. Conditions. Save choice. Merchant 1 asked about goblins. True. True and real. I don't think we need the second check. We just need to either do true or false on this. But do you hear it at a specific point in her lore loop, or is it just kind of mentioned right off the bat? It's like right off the bat. About the legendary mage. You may not know about the legendary mage, though. Okay, we can save info on that. Heard about Karna. Default false. Set to true. Yeah, I'll do another one here. So we'll do whether or not the player has heard about Karna, or not. So either true, true, or true, false. I heard from a merchant that a legendary mage was the one that froze the golem in place. God, it's just what you humans want to believe. I'll tell you the real story. It's just the it's just the bullshit you humans would make up in order to ignore the oh man, the temptation to use the phrase lived experience is so high, but I can't do that. I'm not using this game as a vessel to push my thoughts. It's just like lived experience is such a modern expression. I don't want to use it because it's a bit too much of my own personal feelings about that phrase as a whole. It's not even the phrase itself that's bad. It's the concept of lived experience is very much true. It's undeniably true. It's just somebody's how has the person lived. It's good to express yourself. I know, but it's a bit too much of a modern phrase that feels like I'm using Spoon as a critique of that phrase. And I don't want my own personal feelings about how that phrase is misused in stupid ways to leak into Spoon's existence. I'd rather just say to ignore the history, right? To ignore the real history and impact that sewer goblins have had on the world, on the flat world. He has to insert there that the world is flat, according to sewer goblins. I say let's not inject my own personal opinions about things, and then I just have a sewer goblin that believes the world is flat. Well, you know what? Whatever. Okay, that'll connect there. Fine, don't stress it too. Yeah, I mean, I have to remind myself that this character may not exist when we get funding. And I'm okay with that. I like Spoon. I think he's fun. But when we get a good narrative designer, I'm just gonna be like, dude, do what you want. Look, I'm hiring you. I'm paying you a lot. I'm trusting you. Make me good characters. Give me that micro reactivity we want. And if you can do that, I won't butt in. Because I don't have the time or thought to think about dialogue. Arna the Scarred. This is where you actually know the name of it. Karna the Scarred. More like Karna the Scared. Who was this stupid human asswipe? And why is she taking credit for sewer goblin history? Need some more space here. I think just right now I want players to know that we're not trying to like write characters that are meant to be vessels of our own ideologies and beliefs. And we just want to write interesting characters that people can engage with and then choose what to do with on their own. You know, that's part of their own morals and ethics. You know, Spoon is a bit racist, right? If you want to agree with him and be racist too, you can. Like, perfectly valid. I don't know if I'm going to put as a unique selling point in our game that you can be racist in our game, but we're not trying to say what's right or wrong. We're trying to dictate how certain choices have certain consequences for certain characters. And that these fantasy races don't have any sort of, they're not any sort of allegory or connection to our own world. I think that's primarily what I'm trying to say here. Okay, Carna the Scarmella, Carna the Scared. Who was the stupid human asswipe and why is she taking credit for sewer goblin history? Who was she? Who was or is a protector of the ice marches? Nobody knows what happened to her. An adventurer of significant renown, she was part of the Council 5 of the Third Erythian Empire before the Ebon War. Oh my god, I want you to be able to have to say this. I want you to say this to Spoon. I want you to just like start lore dumping. And he's like, didn't ask, don't care. Here's the real story. I feel like if Spoon existed in real world, he would just spend all of his time on 4chan, and I absolutely would love to see it. Maybe just write it here quickly. Some famous mage that was part of the Council of 5 in the Third Erythian Empire. Apparently, she disagreed with the reasoning for starting the Ebon War. That King Nathaniel started, which resulted in many Gloomkin deaths. Bit of a mouthful when it comes to responses. That's gonna look a little bit weird. Blah blah blah. My shite's turning hard due to age. With how long it took for you to say all of that. I don't care. I didn't ask. She's not important anyway. The real history, the truth, is all that matters. Anal prolapse is getting worse to you all because of you. Oh my god. I'm not surprised. There's some bullshit story you humans would make up in order to ignore the real history and impact that sewer goblins have had on the flat world. There we go. Medcal. Any chance Boone would just interrupt the player mid-lore dump? Yeah, there's literally every single chance. She's some famous mage that was part of the Council of Five in the Third of the Earthian Empire. Apparently she disagreed with the reasoning for starting the Ebon, and it just cuts off. Blah blah blah, my shite's turning hard due to age with how long it took for you to say all that. I don't care, I didn't ask, she's not important anyway. This is so great. See, I like writing Spoon's lore because I can literally I can just be an asshole. It's so good. Now I have to be serious with this merchant character. I would love if they could meet. Which we can do. Technically, our system does support, you know, I don't think all of it does, but the dialogue system supports multiple characters. So if we wanted an encounter with the merchant and Spoon, we could, and they could just sit there and argue about history. You can be your authentic self when writing this dialogue, yeah. I don't know, I do like when things take themselves seriously, but I don't feel like Spoon is an unserious character. He's serious in his own believable world. You can understand how a race of goblins who have been like inbred within the sewers of a city would just have the most skewed outlook on life and the world. So I wouldn't say that that the game isn't taking itself seriously with him. It's just, it's a different part of the lore and it's a different perspective on the world. It's not the right one. I never said he was correct, and I can prove it. Where's the math page? Yeah, here's the goblin math. Which, by the way, do you like this font? Because I love this font we found that we're using for the book that Spoon writes and can give to you about lore with like the sewer goblins. I have added a chapter about math for any humans that might be reading this. You are all stupid. I can make you not stupid. Here is how to do math. And this is goblin math. Now, it does make sense if you ignore the fact that it is not sensical. Let me rephrase that. The math works if you ignore how math works. If you do not understand it after such a simple explanation, there is no hope for you. You are stupid. Best off yourself, mate. This is a real book that you can read in the game, written by Spoon. So, you know, there's something fun with it. Maybe I do need Spoon to be a real character in the final game, but I'm the only one allowed to write Spoon. He just tells you to kill yourself. Yeah, you didn't understand my math. Go kill yourself. In Minecraft. In the game. Twitch, hold on. Or you ban me. This is an NPC. Only you can transcend his spirit. He's the character that will get us banned. He's the character that when I start writing him, YouTube adds those blue fact checks below my streams because I mention things like flat Earth. And they think that I'm preaching flat Earth, and they don't understand that I'm writing a character that believes in flat Earth. Which, speaking of, I'm pretty sure there's a part of his lore loop where you can just argue with him about boob sizes. He's really just the most random ass character in the world. So you read his book, right? You can talk to him about the book. And you're like, so the world really is flat, huh? And he says, as flat as my mum. And you can say, your mom is flat? Crazy flat human. Actually, we sewer goblins usually don't have large chests like you humans. And then you can just start to argue with him about preferences of breast size. It's a whole thing. I don't know why I should just unhook this dialogue. He will offer to set you up, though. You can say, if he's like, I like smaller breasts personally. You like goblins then. The ladies are all a bunch of flat fuckers. Can you get me a sewer goblin mate? Absolutely. I'll get you a fresh piece of meat. Are you into boy or girl goblins, or maybe one so fucked up physically that you can't tell? You can say mutants for sure. I want someone that can excite me. You know, it's a questionable bit of writing. I think everybody in the Dragon Age Veilguard writing room would probably be on, you know, life alert right now if they saw this. I hope they play my game. Hope they like it. Hope you enjoy sewer goblins. Okay, I think that this connects fine then for all of Spoon. So assumedly this is okay. The type of writing Rockstar would approve of? Yeah, you know what? I could see it being if Rockstar made a fantasy game, yeah. It's just so offensive and stupid that it's funny. Well, I hope it's funny. It might also just be cringe. I don't know. Maybe I'm that typical millennial writer that you keep away from the writing room. Because he's quirky and relatable. Although, if you find Spoon relatable, you might have some problems. I'm gonna be honest. Oh my god, he's so relatable in the way that he checks cards, hates other races because he thinks they're all savages. Uh-oh. Wee woo. I want someone who can excite me. Is hilarious. Ooh. God, maybe I really should delete that. Hey, no muscle mass? Dude, that is an amazing name. Also, I feel you. As a beginner to intermediate programmer, is it normal to not be able to understand programming documentation at all? Like, I don't understand what is going on at c++reference.com. That's a really good question, no muscle mass. Have you, worked with blueprints at all? I'm curious if have you worked with any visual like scripting? C++ reference docs are hard to understand. If he becomes a real character and this game takes off, there will be people on Reddit going like, finally someone approves my opinions. Oh no, yes, yeah, Spoon. There'd be like I really do think people would make Spoon fan art because he ends up marrying a oh god, what's an ogre lady. So it's really funny, but them together, it's like you have Spoon who's, you know, like this big, right? And then she's like just this massive, super large lady. And then they have a tiny little goblet. It's called, you know, a baby goblin is called a goblet, who is called Teaspoon. So they are just a family of all proportions. It is great. Not too sure what you mean by blueprints, but I've written UML diagrams in college and made UI prototypes. Yeah, I'm just curious if, you know, like Animosity says, if maybe some of these, if, you know, figuring out like C++ documentation is just not great in general, or if maybe you're more of like a visual programmer. So in Unreal Engine, for instance, you have the visual scripting, right? So you'll have this like nodes of, you know, set, initialize some variables, enter your loops, branches, so you know, your if statements. For me, this is much better to visualize. Like this is realistically the only way that I can reasonably program. Whenever I look at just traditional C++, I can read it, I cannot write it. So I'm able to make games because I can use these visual nodes to help. Also, Twitch labels you as a possible ban evader. And I feel you on this because they label me as a possible harasser. Really stupid. I don't know. Whatever Twitch does is stupid. Yeah, you're possible ban evader. In some places, you might be told that like you can't post because it violates this chat room's, you know, moderation settings or something. My account here is, I think, still labeled as a possible harasser, even though I've literally never typed in anybody else's chat except for, oh hey, your game looks good, you're welcome for the raid, goodbye. I don't know. It's really weird. I don't block anything, but it still tells me. I wonder if I can actually, I think I can force you to, yeah, suspicious user, stop monitoring. And I think by telling the system to stop monitoring, it will like eventually propagate back that you aren't someone they need to worry about. I don't know. KZ770, I had a troller in his chat yesterday and I made a joke saying you should write your own game engine in assembly. He's not a real programmer, referencing to Notch's latest tweet. Yeah, I saw that too. Mistaking me as this previous troll that he banned. Okay, I don't, maybe. Yeah, that was a really weird tweet. I don't have any like big opinions on Notch, but I think it's kind of unrealistic to just think that programmers are not real if they can't write their own engine. That's just denying, I feel like it's denying the ability of so many incredible programmers out there simply because they may not even want to write their own engine. It was a stupid, I don't know. I don't agree with the opinion. I'll put it that way. Speaking of things we saw on Twitter, you guys see Elon Musk and Asmongold are beefing. That was the weirdest set of tweets I've seen. If you don't mind your own silicon, you're not a programmer. I mean, I've said some things that I think could be misconstrued as similar, where I've mentioned that developers who use asset packs, it's a potential red flag for me, where if I see too many things that weren't made by the developer, it makes me question what the developer can actually make. So if I see somebody download like, you know, a survival RPG pack, and then a few asset packs, and then go on Kickstarter and ask me for money, and I can see that everything that they were showing off was things that they have not made. Some people mistook that as me saying that people who use asset packs are not real developers, and that's not what I meant at all, but I don't have a good way to word it. Okay, this is Ice March's talk. I need to comment this out. Malicious Sponge, thank you for the follow. Another awesome name. I like these names you guys got. The Black City. We've gotten so many follows today, it's crazy. Seriously, thank you guys so much for all the follows today. We're almost at 550 followers. It's wild. And I want to say thank you for putting up with me writing lore at a slow glacial pace. I know it's not super interesting, but having you guys to talk to during it makes it actually bearable. Over-reliance on assets. Mad Cow, thank you for the follow too. Okay, now we're almost at 560 followers. That's how I get you. That's how I rope you in. They just shared a screenshot of an asset pack as their environment. Yeah, we saw that all the time. You see it on Kickstarter too. It's like, oh, that's an asset pack. I know because it was free 2 months ago. And all they're doing is using the first person, blueprint template to walk around this game's demo scene, or this asset pack's demo scene. So just let me reiterate, developers who use asset packs like us, it's not a problem. I want to see if I'm going to say that, yes, I trust you with my money, that you can create things of your own. And if you can't do the art, can you at least do the systems? And if you can't do the systems, can you at least do the art? Yeah, and especially if you show the demo scene. I mean, I think that's probably the most annoying part of it. Your stream is awesome. Well, thank you, Andreas. Where are you guys from? Out of curiosity, like what countries are you guys from? It's really cool. We seem to be able to have people from all around the world here. So you can't be an idea person. From the Netherlands. That's really cool. UK. Canada. Lithuania, near Poland. I've never been to Lithuania. I've never been to Lithuania. Canada, I was at Niagara Falls. I mean, can we really consider that? UK, I was at London Gatwick Airport. Again, I wouldn't really consider that visiting the UK. And I've never been to the Netherlands. Italy. MT. What is MT? Oh, in Malta. Oh, that's cool. Ooh, Dragon. Happy Friday. Who hasn't been there, the airport? It was not I don't know, it was alright. I went there because that was when I moved from the US to Poland. So, I had like a 2-hour layover there, and I had all my belongings. Everything I could fit into like 3 suitcases. And I spent the entire time in the business lounge, which I paid $10 access for so that I could shower and just relax. And it was worth it. By the way, if you ever fly internationally, always, always, always check if you can have access to the business lounge, and especially like a shower, an area where there's showers. It will change your flying game completely. I did that when I went from the US to Japan as well, and I had a layover in South Korea. Access to business lounge, showers. You get to land, you get to smell good. You're gonna be tired, but at least you won't be like smelling like sweat and airplane. Okay, I think I wrote everything about the places she's visited. There's probably some bugs in here. Most likely is. And I don't know if I want to force the player to only enter some of this information once. Maybe I do. I guess I could test it. Okay, well, there is... Oh no, this is okay. Yeah, because if we set this to true, we won't be able to have this mentioned before, which means it will bump up to here. Don't worry, that book that I plan to bring will go into even more detail, so that should be okay. Merchant 1 mentioned Spoon's pawn shop. This should be okay. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. We can actually talk to her right now about it. Let's go talk to her. Actually play some of the game. Okay, first we have to deal with Blue Dick Boy, though. Don't ask why he's named that. Welcome to my store, sir. You want a potion? Here's a potion. Take the potion, go die. Bye-bye. The way you visually write your code, as you said, I think you shouldn't be programming, but you should be buildings, design, architecture, something like that for a huge company. I am a systems designer, so I'm not a coder, but I can script and I can blueprint, I can prototype. Thankfully, though, when it comes to my professional work, I'm not expected to work with like the code architecture. And you know what? Every single programmer in the world is sighing in relief hearing that. I'll make a prototype, I'll document it, hand it off to the programmers, and they will write it in proper code and architecture. $13 gold. Ooh. Good. Oh. Wait. The warrior's showing up? He shouldn't show up. Thought I disabled him. Okay. Whoops. Game's coming together. Remember when you were still making the lake? Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I did a video where I went back to the start of January in 2024 and compared what we had then. We didn't even have the open world. Like, we only had the warrior walks like he's got to stick up his ass. Yeah, because he's using the default animations of Manny. Anything artistic I can't do. I suck at anything artistic. Spoon stands on the little, yeah, he's short. Okay, Spoon, we can just get killed right away. Bye-bye, Spoon. And the merchant should show up. Man, no seeds? Really? Oh, there we go. Got a spore. It's only gonna grow at nighttime, though. Or partial sunlight, but it is very much not partial sunlight at the moment. That is full sunlight. Yes, that is not gonna grow. Sunstreak will grow, though. Okay, here is Miss Merchant. How can I assist you? Blah, 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 blah. I'd like to ask something about you. Moved to Poland for your career? Yeah, and because my fiance is here. Long story about how we met, but she's Polish, and I live with her here. But it was good for career, too. There's a lot of opportunity for working in game dev in Poland if you are willing to accept that you will not make any money. Now, I wasn't willing to accept that, but I was forced into accepting that. I'd like to ask something about you and your travels. Go ahead. What are some of the places you visited? Been to quite a few places, but mostly up north. I'm Akarashi from the Black City. We often send traders as far as the ice marches. Your abode just happens to be in the middle between the two, right on the edge of the golden waste. If you want to work for free, you have opportunities everywhere, that's true. Bottom text looks so good, the top text looks ass though. Oh, this text? I was trying to look for a font that was easy to read. And this was a little bit too, like, poofy? I don't know. Oh, you shouldn't be able to close it here. You can change some of it in the settings. You can change the font color and the justification, so somebody mentioned that white with black outline would look pretty good. You can have that. I disagree, I think it looks bad. Personally. They also thought that it should be left aligned. So you can also left align it, but man, I just don't agree. You make the outline outside rather than inside the letters. Well, you can do, I do have black with white outline, which I guess would technically mean what you're expecting. But that looks really, really bad in my opinion. I don't know, I guess if you prefer this, neon letters. Yeah, I don't know, it's one of those things where maybe it's just the font itself. Wait for UI designer, yeah, that's pretty much what it's going to be. Which, for reference, all of this UI is placeholder. It will all be replaced. It's only meant to work. Prototype. I think it should be exactly like the bottom font, maybe. I think I originally had it as that. I don't know. I was trying to go for something like, I think, Pathfinder. I really liked how Pathfinder looked with its dialogue. But they might have used the same font underneath. Pathfinder looks a million times better. Some of it could just be the lack of actual, you know, like background, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. You just said a lot of things that I've never heard about. Oh, I suppose living so remotely does have its disadvantages in that regard. I'm no historian, but I always love talking about the places I've been to. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. What are the ice marches? The lands to your north, untouched by the scorching of the sunblight, are the ice marches. I'm on my way there now, but got distracted by you living out here. Glad for that distraction, though, as these travels can be awfully lonely. The sunblight? Oh, I guess it really is hard to get information way out here. That's the reason your small part of the desert is a desert. Centuries ago, as the legends tell, the followers of Selena caused the sun to heat up and scorch most of Erythia. It caused nearly a century of famine, drought, and suffering. It'd take a very long time to explain, but I can bring a book next time I visit that details the events quite thoroughly if you'd like. Yeah, sure, I'd love to read it. Happy to hear that. I won't charge you for it or anything, as it's quite a commonly available book. So you're heading to the ice marches. I'm on my way to Frozen Fallow, a small village on the outskirts of Icewatch, the capital of the current Third Erythian Empire. Will that book you plan to bring have more information? Oh yes, it's quite a detailed retelling of events. I look forward to it. Who are the Akarashi? We're a nomadic tribe living in the Golden Waste and surviving off the desert. We often build temporary villages around oases until they dry up, and then move on to the next one. And if you move around so often, does that mean you don't have any permanent cities? Permanent cities. Stupid typo. I'll just type permanent. Permanent cities. I'll know where to look. Permanent, exactly. Note that down, guys. That's how you spell it. The oases dry up every few months, and under most conditions. However, if one formed there initially, they often form there again. We leave some structures there just to make setting up a quick endeavor. We actually do have a permanent city though, the Black City. You'll have to ask me about that some other time. The river that once flowed near to the city before the Sunblight has been dry ever since. We have to ferry the water from various oases on the back of tamed dune striders every day to meet the city's demands. What are dune striders? How big are they? Dune striders are large lizards with thick, scaly hides that reflect the heat of the sun. They were one of the few creatures that managed to survive the Sunblight relatively unscathed. You gotta, speak slower. They were always pretty peaceful, feeding on the small critters that exist in the desert. They're a bit slow, but reliable. More importantly, they can carry an awful lot on their backs and travel long distances with ease. They can easily travel for days, toting back a dozen barrels of water and 2 humans, and meanwhile the lizard will only need to drink half the barrel for the entire journey. You also breed them? We do indeed. Every family is gifted a baby lizard upon marriage from the tribunal, as a symbol of renewal and responsibility. I need to change this to update to Dune Strider, because I initially called them sand lizards. Often, families will have their children raise and take care of the lizards as a way to teach them responsibility and understand the usefulness of the lizards. We also breed them for food, as their meat is quite tasty and nutritious. When left to roam free, they'll generally manage to find food for themselves. They're excellent scavengers. Have any more questions about the places I visited? I think that's all for now. Thanks for sharing. And it goes nowhere. Beautiful. Try a font like this. Maybe black outline. Wood Dragon, weren't you one of the people that I was arguing for 3 hours about what the text should look like up top? And in order to satiate your crazy desires, I put in the ability to change the color of the font. Oh, it's raining. At least this is growing. Maybe, who knows? There were 3 of you. Oh, dude, the planet looks so cool behind the clouds. Look at that. Go for wingdings. Oh. I think the rain's picking up though. Well, permanent cities is a problem, and this went absolutely nowhere. Because it was not connected to anything. That's why. But you couldn't ask about Golem Stone because you didn't talk to Spoon first. So I want to try talking to Spoon first to see what that dialogue looks like. So we will replay it and talk to Spoon a bit. Permanent cities. Permanent. Go. I don't know how well that font would look up top though, because it's it is more immersive, but with the amount of dialogue that I expect the player to read, I worry that something this stylistic would get a little bit old over time. And I kind of like what Pathfinder and other games, in that genre have done, where they just want to make it easily readable. But maybe I'm alone in that desire. You can ask for book titles? Yeah, I think book titles, it would work pretty well for you, right? Okay, let's get Spoon killed. Bye-bye, Spoon. Give me a Sans and that Seraph. What's the difference is that Sans is the one where all of the distances to the edges are the same, right? Or is that Seraph? I cannot remember the difference. Ignore that. There's the little base. Oh, monospace is same distance. I don't know. I don't know anything about fonts then. I'm stupid about fonts. It now looks more like Times New Roman. That's kind of what we were going for. The menstrual sounds are back. I live with a woman who goes through the act of menstruation. I have never heard her made that sound when she's menstruating. I'm gonna be honest. Menstrual sounds. I've heard her make a lot of sounds. They're usually not sounding like that. At least when menstruating. I want to try to get this ball stuck up on the roof. I promised I'd make a secret treasure chest that appears if you can get the ball stuck up on the roof. Yeah, it's hard to get there. As much as I could express myself without going too mature. But it was just, it's so wrong. It's... You could just say moaning. Menstrual sounds. If you wanted to be really, you know, questionable, you could say like menstruating person sounds. Just deny women their human traits completely. Such a stupid term, by the way. Women fight for decades to be seen as equal to men, and then we just revert to calling them menstruating people. What a world. Oh, we were supposed to talk to Spoon first. Well, I just ruined it. Okay, hold on. Hashtag political stream. Shouldn't she be on the other side of the counter? There we go. Now we're getting spicy. Yeah, first I need to talk to Spoon about Golemstone. Where do you come from? Golemstone. Can you tell me more? What are you doing up at the surface? Blah, 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 blah. And then get him killed. Ooh, a toadstool spore. Couple potions. Health restoring elixir of curing. and an illuminating tincture of fortify health. Bad. Here, you want to take this? Go for it. Have fun, sir. I do like how when you go up to the beehives to collect honey, you actually collect the bees. The logic doesn't line up completely with those. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, now we should be able to talk to her about Golem Stone. Have you ever heard of or been to Golem Stone? Absolutely, it's an important stop along my journey up to the ice marches. Where they have quite a bit of a sewer goblin problem though. Guards always warn me to stay away or I might get pulled into the sewers. I've met a sewer goblin from Golem Stone actually. Oh my. Were they dangerous and intimidating? I wouldn't say he's morally or ethically aligned with most people. That fits the bill for what I've heard, as well. Make sure to steer clear of any suspicious goblins I come across. Definitely a good idea in this case. That's the kind of thing I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't point it out. Yeah, I wanted to use the bee effect as a way to indicate that it was ready, but it just makes no sense whatsoever. Whatever. I'll worry about that for vertical slice. What do you know about the city? Quite old. Good taverns with plenty of regional ale. The golem at the center of the city is much larger than I first anticipated too. The golem real or just a statue? The rumors are that the statue is real and a legendary mage froze it in place permanently to stop it from moving. Not sure though. Looked more like a well-crafted hunk of rock. Never seen a golem though, so I can't be sure. Who was this legendary mage? I didn't say it was Karna the Scarred, but I think that's just because people would like to believe she's still roaming the ice marches. Whoever it was must have taken a lot of essence to freeze a golem for this long, if it is indeed a real one. Who's Karna the Scarred? She was or is a protector of the ice marches. Nobody knows what happened to her. An adventurer of significant renown, she was part of the Council of Five of the Third Erythian Empire before the Ebon War. From what I know, she didn't believe King Nathaniel's reasoning for attacking the Gloomkin. And rather than fight a war during a time when people needed to unify, she set off on her own to protect the people of the ice marches from all manner of beast and monster. This, of course, earned her more than a few scars, hence her name. You just mentioned a whole lot of things that I know nothing about. It's an awful lot to do with the Sunblight, which I'm sure you've heard of. No, what's the Sunblight? Well, I guess it really is hard to get information way out here. That's the reason your small part of the desert is a desert. Blah, blah, we already went through this. Sure, I'd love to read it. I'm happy to hear that. I won't charge you for it or anything, and as it's quite a commonly available book. Thank you. Was there anything else you wanted to know about Golemstone? So that is where we were able to jump from down here to up here, and then back down to here. Okay, that's all I'd like to ask about Golemstone for now. We can then jump into, if we want to... Actually, I can showcase. So, have you ever heard of or been to Golemstone again? What do you know about the city? And now she'll say... You know, don't worry, that book I plan to bring will go into even more detail. I look forward to it. Sounds like I'm missing out. So because she's promised to bring the book, right? So that's now that she's promised to bring the book, we hit here. I will test one other thing, just to be safe. This is where all those little options of what you say and in what order really matter, and I think helps sell that believability. Though I think that players don't mind if it... I don't think players mind if the character that they're speaking to sometimes pretends that they're talking about things for the first time. However, that said, I do believe that players appreciate when the game does think of that. Okay. Back. So first we'll learn about the Sunblight, but we'll not ask for the book. Can these make any potions? Druid Sense 2 and Frenzy 2. Horrible. Shitty potion. Okay, get rid of Blue Dick Boy. We don't need him. If we could get better Druid Sense on the pink flowers. Yeah, we can dry it. Then we can remove the Dragon's Eye. Now we have Druid Sense too. Bulwark, Druid Sense. I doubt we can get Bulwark on there at all. No. Well. Potion of Druid Sensing. Need a potion to sense baddies. I wanted to do Druid Sense for that, but I think for Druid Sense it's just going to sense ingredients and traps. But this is, yeah, this is just prototype, so I don't know, I might change my mind on that. It's really good utility that I think would be cool to have. Okay, I want to do... the Black City. Well, it used to be called the White City. There was an extensive vein of marble nearby, whose mine enriched the city's coffers quite significantly. When the sun shined on the city, and especially the Ivory Keep, seat of the Second Erythian Empire, was said to be so blinding that one may never see again if they stared at it for too long. Now, however, the sunblight reduced all that marble and wood to little more than charred ruins. The Black City. What's the sunblight? Blah, blah, blah. I'm not much of a reader, but thanks anyway. Can you tell me more about the Erythian Empire? Much of what they used to be was lost with time, I'm afraid. Certainly no text in the keep's library survived, and those who carried the legacy managed to survive the sunblight have been at rest for over a century. From what I know, however, they used to be a republic, and the nation's wealth was enough that few starved. These woods of mine seem to be an empire of their own. Nature is its own beast, as I'm sure you're an expert on by this point. So then we can ask about Golem's Stone. What do you know about the city? Who's this legendary mage? And she'll say, it's an awful lot to do with the sunblight. Did you want me to bring that book? Because we knew about the sunblight, but we denied her bringing it. And say, okay, fine, sure. Fantastic, I'll bring it next time I visit. Micro reactivity. Perhaps potion of local single sensing. That is an option too, isn't it? Does she have any ingredients? What you got, bitch? He does have some ingredients. Let's buy, maybe... I don't know what we have for ingredients. Will work. The bullet dried has will work. And we can make a potion and sell it to her for lots of money. Bulwark 2, Druid Sense 1. Restore health, strength boost. Okay. It's pretty decent. Restore health 1, Bulwark 2, Druid Sense 1. Druid's Mixture of Protection. I like that. I'm gonna sell it to her for some gold. 15 gold. Okay. Ooh, it's all starting to come together. I like the merchant. The UI is pretty ugly, but for prototype, I think it's gonna work. Sun's going down though. That only grows in full light. This grows in full and partial. Might get a few hours of growth in. Oh, the I need to have the text on that wrap at a lower rate because it's cutting off on this edge of the screen. I can fix that. You work with a game design document, and do you set deadlines, milestones for yourself? Normally, yes. However, because I have to choose between working on the game or working on the design document, right now I prefer to work on the game to the detriment of the game's documentation. And that might need to change very soon. However, we do go back through and write up the design document when we need to update the pitch and everything, right? I set deadlines. I mean, I set rough deadlines and milestones for myself. I don't set dates on the milestones, but I do set up what I would like in the milestone. And usually we end up providing more than what I had expected in the milestone, which is good. A good thing. Beach party. I talked with programmer on our team about what we would have to do to get animals in the lake working. I think there's a pretty easy thing that we can do to get them working in here. Though I don't know if they'll be able to play with the beach ball. But maybe. Oh, a spoon nut. In a treasure chest? That is quite the treasure. Wah wah wee wah. Oh, there it is. Uh-oh. I think a storm's starting. Oh yeah. Uh-oh. I'm going down here, it's safe. Safe in the water. Kinda scary though. Ultra dynamic storm, that's exactly what it is. I turn off the music, but one thing I do which I think helps a little bit with the ambience is if a music track is still playing and it starts to storm, it will finish, but I prevent any other tracks from starting while a storm is going on. Might just be a windstorm. Can't tell if it's raining or not. Gotta be though. Oh, it's a blizzard. Oh. Well, okay then. Let's get inside where it's nice and warm. Oh, we can send her back out in the blizzard. That's the gentlemanly thing to do, right? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. He is not dressed for this weather at all. The bees are fine with it, though. Bees are like, we don't give a shit. You know what I need to do is put some crackling sounds in here. Maybe I'll do that. Get some fire crackling sound effects. That'd be nice, some nice ambience for here. Oh yeah, she can arrive again. I forgot about that. Let's see if I can find some free ones. Fire. Fire crackling. 11 minutes? 24 seconds. Let's try this one. It sounds like popcorn. Okay, it's not too bad. It sounds a little like hollow though. I don't know how to put it. Learn about game audio GDC? What is that? Like popcorn on fire. Not isolated enough. It sounds like it's happening in the woods rather than being easy to mix. Should we give away thousands of dollars worth of sounds for free in celebration of the Game Developers Conference? This is our archive. Oh, that's pretty cool. Is there a link to that? I could probably change it. I just don't know what I would do to change that, but... Oh, you know what? Let me download this. Audacity. You actually have to download the files. What, are they all separate? There's no, like, download all of them? Oh, they are like a whole bundle. There's a torrent too, which is nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's really nice. That's a really good link. Thank you, Kent. Sound effects are always one of the most annoying things to source. Let's see. I have no idea what I'm doing. I think the higher range, I don't know. I guess sounds fine. Might just be the pitch too. I don't know anything about sound though, so. Maybe I'll just pull it into the engine and see what happens. I need it as a WAV file though, I think. Export audio, WAV. I think that's in the right place. Looks good. Sound, wave. Fireplace. What song is that in the background? Hey, Malicious. This is from Throne and Liberty. It's a big 4-hour playlist of night ambience and music from Castleton. Very meh game. Good soundtrack. Beautiful soundtrack. They got it all on Spotify too, I think. There's some really beautiful songs though that are part of the Throne and Liberty soundtrack. Really makes me wish that the game was of similar quality. Fireplace. Okay, let's go to the blueprint fireplace light. I'll just throw it in here because why not? Starts okay, then it just falls off. Yeah, it just was so repetitive, and it was, if you played it, the world felt like they had built this really cool stuff. They built really cool things and locations, and then they just kind of plopped down a million monsters in every region, in every single location that you looked. There was no meaning behind it. It was really annoying to travel through areas. It was like Throne and Liberty felt like they ticked every single box of what an MMO should have, but then never asked themselves how they should make it feel unique or if those boxes should be ticked. And they added monetization. Yeah, I was just like, this is the most bland but good looking MMO I've played. It is pretty. It is very pretty. And it ran fine. Like, I didn't have any problem with stability or anything, but it never screamed, here's why you should play our game. I don't know. It was a game. It was a game. Really hope Riot's one comes out. I thought they canceled that. I forget the name of it. Or am I thinking of a different one? I should be able to see the attenuation settings on this, or do I not? Hold on, let me see. They're remaking it again. Didn't they fire all the people or let go all of the people that were working on it originally? So they canceled it, let all those people go, and then I guess decided to remake it. Reshuffled, I think was the exact words. You're not fired, you're just being reshuffled. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that I am a deck of playing cards. Let me think here. Because you shouldn't be able to hear this outside, but you will. Especially if I increase the attenuation radius. So I would want the player to kind of hear it in this distance. But now you can hear it all outside. So what I think I can do is utilize some triggers. They're working on it. See a bunch of Riot employees in some UE related discords. Oh. Well, maybe they finally realized that whoever they have making these decisions about what gamers want clearly are not correct. I could either make triggers that boost up the sound when you walk into the hut / mansion. That might be the easiest thing. Or while you're inside or outside. Well, I do use the cave check volumes for when you enter and exit the house. What I could do is replace those with a house modifier that will perform the same thing but with the ambient sounds. Update ambient volume. They contribute a lot to the flow graph plugin. It is pretty cool. I could make a child of this. I might do that. Let me try that. EP house sound box. Stupid name. Very stupid name, but it should work. I can call a parent, do a parent call, right? Oh no, I can't. Do these automatically make parent calls? If not, I can just put them in the same locations with the same dimensions as the cave checkers. Just let me hear the, hold on, let me hear this. Yeah, you can like hear it very loud. Definitely shouldn't be spatialized either, I think. I think we want to disable spatialization. Oh, we can enable occlusion. Real-time occlusion tracing. The reason why I don't think that would be great though is because if you're in the house, you should still be able to hear it. Like, if I enabled this, I think it would work outside. Or not. Raise channel visibility. Weird, I don't know why. Yeah, let me do this. Get the transform. Ended ambient volume, or let's just move it. Up a couple of notches. Replace it with that. We'll see if it properly lowers the ambient volume. I have to call the sound at a trigger volume. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to do it when the player is in the house, and then silence it when the player is not in the house. But I need to double check something first. Okay, confirmed. So even though I can't do parent calls to the box overlap, it will still call the parents here. Unlike tick, begin overlap, or begin play, where you do need to have those parent calls or interface calls. Good to know. So now what I can do is just grab the player's info, and on begin overlap we can actor. Get actor of class. I'm just gonna do it the simplest, dirtiest, stupidest way. Fireplace light. Grab audio. I could also just run a timeline. That might be the easiest. Do silence, or yeah, I'll just run a timeline so it kind of fades in a bit when you enter and exit the house. Not so violent then. Custom event. I want to say turn on, like enable fireplace audio. Disable fireplace audio. Timeline. Audio. Timeline. Float track. 5 seconds. Yeah, that should be fine. You can always lower it if we need to. Set volume. Multiplier. We'll do turn. I do need to do another check too. We'll do that with spatialization fall off settings. You say that, but it wasn't working with occlusion tracing because it's right here, right? So it's a pretty large Not that one. Somewhere in here is. Okay, it's, you know what? It's in there. Place. You know, it's a pretty large radius for this. Actually, I set the wrong radius. Occlusion was not working. I don't know why. Why are there two other fireplace lights? Oh, I use them up here. You know what? I can. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. I can fix that. You know, I don't want the player to be able to hear it right here. They should be outside. So this will solve it. It's annoying, but it'll solve it. What did I call these? Enable fireplace. And disable. One other thing, because this is going to grab the wrong one. I reused these for the lights here. I'm just going to duplicate that and rename these BP candle lights. And then the default for the fireplace audio should be 0. It should work. Let me adjust the attenuation on that though, because I adjusted the wrong thing. Now it's massive. Do. Well, I need to see the inner radius. Yeah, there's fine. And the outer radius. I want it to be mostly audible within the house. Try there. Yeah, Ice Creek, have you dealt with AI much in Unreal? A little bit. Depends what you're about to ask. I wouldn't say I'm anywhere near an expert, though. Did I just crash the engine? Oh. Yeah, it shouldn't be audible at all. The hell? Volume multiplier 0. Why are you auto-playing? Did I place down a audio cue accidentally? Just curious how performant the AI sight perception is. Like if you have a bunch of them, is it going to slow down the game? It is heavy-ish. I wouldn't have more than maybe a dozen or two of these characters, depending on how complex the rest of your scene is. Since it is. You could probably, if you don't want to rely on EQS, you could probably rely on your own form of like fake sight, and it might be a bit better. You might be able to turn some settings down. I don't know if Kotspur is here. Let me see. He is not. If we can get him online, you can ask him since he set up some of the sight perception for our game. He might be busy though. I think I'm making a game with hundreds of zombies that not only attack the player but also flock together in hordes. What you can do is, what some other games have done with zombies specifically, is they give a few of the zombies the perception, and then they communicate to the rest of the zombies that are part of that horde. So, and then if, you know, one of those zombies, that the perceptive zombie dies, they hand that off to another zombie. So that they do that for performance reasons. Yeah, that is something I never would have thought of on my own either. But I don't remember what game I was seeing, but I was seeing that they did exactly that. And I think what they did is they ended up putting those few zombies on the outer edges of the horde, so that they were more likely to notice the player. I don't know, you'd have to play around with that. There might be some GDC talks about it or something. Why can I hear the audio volume? I guess I could debug it. I don't know why I hear it though. Still sounds massive in its range. Definitely not that. That's weird. Why do I hear it? I don't think it's stat like audio. There's something to debug sound cues. Post sound cue information. They say stat, oh, use AU debug sound cues. Well, I tried doing that. And it's not posting it to my viewport. Why? Why do I hear it? Or how you can detect which zombie is on the outside edge. You're definitely asking the wrong person. You could set the horde as one entity, you know, with multiple, you know, individuals, and then do a detection. I don't know. I think there are multiple ways to do it, but determining which is the right one is going to be That will be where the challenge lies. Not like accidentally set to like a UI sound or something, is it? Shouldn't be. No. Is this sound class? Okay, no. Why do I still hear it where I spawn? Which is far enough away that it should be outside of the fall off. That completely confuses me. Some of this, is this running? Is it doing something weird? It does sound like I hear multiple. I'm losing my mind. Hold on, let me delete. This. Wait, what? Huh? I deleted the fireplace light, which is, you know, where I store it, and I still heard it. Huh? Is there a... Oh, there was a Q thrown down. Oh. Oh. I thought that might be the case, but I forgot that it's under fire dash, not fireplace. It's an ambient sound. Okay. Now let me see if that's working. We shouldn't hear it. My oopsies.
FBI, open up!
Don't arrest me with Spoon. He's the racist one. Okay, we're gold now. And I think you're right, the spatialization does need to be turned on, because that's what turns it into 3D sound. I thought it was messing up, but it was because I had the cue there. Right ear. Left ear. Shut up, music! Fuck! Yay, we're happy. Okay, and if I replace the second cave check volume here in the house with house sound box. Oh, hold on, I need to copy the transform. I'm wondering though if because I think it's applying the global mix settings to the crackling. It's not that the crackling isn't at a good volume, but it's... I need to give it a separate class, sound class, and I think the proper one is... SC Ambient Underwater. Technically, that's the one that will not get modified with the submix. I gotta check. I kind of made my own solution for handling all the audio in the game. It's probably not the best way to do it, but it works. Yeah, ambient above is what gets modified. Hey, Kimmy Black. Hi, I'm French, so I probably wouldn't understand everything. That's okay. That's okay. What the fromage? You're gonna kill me. How you doing, man? Or you know what? It might have been avoiding that. I think setting it to ambient was okay. It was okay exactly where it was. Oh man, lol. No, we're cool. We're cool, we're cool. Oh, let me listen to it again. I think it's okay. Yeah. I don't think that's too loud. Bees though. you show me your world? Sure, I can show you the world. Shout out to Aladdin. This is our tiny little prototyping map. More than enough to showcase what the game is meant to be without being our entire world map. Just yet. Got a couple of caves. This is our first one. It's really ugly. And probably should be remade, but I don't have the time to do that. And our better cave underneath the river here. And more importantly, we have the altar of Kek. That is of the utmost importance. Normal collection of stones? Or something more sinister? Perhaps. Altar of Kek. Praise the man. And that never fails to get me cracking up. That's really cool, thank you, man. I spent too much time doing some stupid stuff like that. A big rock. Who put a big rock here? It's a big rock. You can swim in stuff too. Oh, there's an ancient Egyptian god named Kek. Was there really? Oh, what a world. Jump! He was a frog god. Wow. The trapping spots down here. There should be a treasure chest around here, I think. Here it is. Oh! Uh-oh. Quick, get them! Oh, they got stuck on the rock. Nice. Oh, not that one. There we go. Ooh, cow dung. Yummy. Would you use to simulate your water? A plugin called Fluid Flux. It is quite annoying to work with, and definitely a more advanced plugin. Got another console to port to. Oh, the Switch 2. At least you won't have to optimize this heavily for that. Depends on how much. I will not be buying a Switch 2. I don't know about you guys, but I don't really use my Switch Lite that I have that much. The mountains look really nice from here. Got the tree line to break them up. Now it's all wintry. Well, not so nice now. I like seeing the lightning in the distance, though. Get away! Find cover! Get rid of that bullshit specular on the plans. I wonder if a cactus has ever been in snow IRL before. Yeah, yeah. It can snow in deserts. A desert is not a... The heat is not part of being a desert, it's the amount of precipitation. So if it can be very cold and snow in a desert. And you can get ice in a desert too. This would only matter on exit. Probably cue the play. Otherwise it's gonna mess with those. Yeah, so it'd be kind of weird, but I'll do it this way. A little bit stupid. I'm okay with it though. Serve your purpose. I wanted to fix up here too. I think what we need to do, I'll double check if it actually works properly. Stop it, music. Not right now. Yeah, okay, that seems to be working. works just fine, thank you. Thank you for testing that. Hmm. Not really. There shouldn't be inside though. Unless it's just happening moments after. So let me do a delay till next tick. Wee woo, latent action. Okay, go in. Oh, good. Crackly, crackly. There we go. Sounds good. Okay, good. Problem solved. Just the, it was running that right before it was running the parent, so it didn't update whether it was we were inside the trigger box or not, so I just delayed it so it for sure will run the parent before running the child node. Good work. Nostalgia. I remember when we made this. How horrible and ugly it looks. But it works. We learned a lot. Ugly? Yeah, I think it's kind of ugly. I didn't know how to make holes in the landscape, so I just made a giant divot and then covered it up with ugly ass massive rocks. It looks so bad. It's functional. I mean, that's one word I can use to describe it. You like it? Okay. I'll keep it then. I do think the other one looks a lot better though. Texture on the ground, I mean, there's tons of problems like that. I hear water. Place those cobblestones in the path by hand. My level designer friend did. Oh. Emerald ore, sapphire ore. That's a nice crate. What about in this one? Ruby ore. Wonderful. Let me get some more test potions. Dirty water. Heating brew of the fire elemental. I don't know why that's set to... Well, I guess it's because immolation and warmth. No. If there are explosive potions to mine, that is one of the intended interactions, yes. It is not working right now, but that is one of the intended interactions. What is that polygon graph used for? This is for just for the radius of the thrown potion. If you're mentioning this. Just so I can, for debugging purposes. Oh, when you're looking at the potion UI. This is the flavor of the potion. What is the flavor impact? For you, not really anything, but for NPCs, when they prefer certain flavors or lack thereof, it can influence how they like or how the potion performs. So imagine if like an assassin comes to you and asks for a poison because he wants to kill someone, and you give him a potion that's like super bitter or something, and he mentions he wanted it to, ooh, spooky, to pour in someone's drink. Perhaps he fails and gets found out. Or like some little farmer's daughter or something, you know, is dying of cancer of the bum or something, and she has a hard time keeping anything down, but she likes sweet things. And so a sweet potion will, you know, that'll help her drink it. Bum cancer be harsh, yo. So it's something that, you know, it means whatever the writers want it to mean. Yeah, bum cancer, it's pretty crazy. Wouldn't recommend. 0 out of 10. I don't know if I can fish any of these fish. I don't know what they like. Toadstool? You guys like toadstool? They don't seem to like... Oh, wait. He does. Oh. Oh, shit. I got him. I got you, you muddy bullhead, you stupid fucking fish. That's right. Look at him here. He's mine. Strength boost 1, chill 2. Anyone see Stardew? That is one of the inspirations. Stardew plus like Genshin. So you can see the fish. You can watch them move towards the bobber. A little bit of visual indicator. I don't know if there's any other muddy bullheads in there. Oh, there is. Look at this. Ooh! Got him. I'm out of toadstool though. Some of the, pretty much all the fish, like these guys, will prefer certain baits. So they all have their own preferences, but they all also respond to, well, that's kind of ugly, monarch caterpillars and worms. However, I think that in the deep sea... Let me think. I kind of forget what the creatures down here like. And try baiting with Muddy Bullhead. I don't know if that'll catch anything though. I can fake speed up time here. No. No, these aren't valid. Not valid bait. You'll have to learn the bait preferences or discover them over time. Still not sure how I feel about that system, but I'll try to make it work. So like you don't know what baits what or what is caught with what when you first start up the game. You have to discover that on your own. But you can also read books. That will teach you fishing info. Dirty water. Look at that beautiful, magical blue dirty water. Incredible. You throw an explosive potion into the lake, do the fish float to the top. That is also an intended thing that we want to implement too. That'll be part of our larger, like, overhaul and look into all of the interactions in the world. But it is planned. A little bit of light rain. I like it. I don't see the ripples on the water though. Did that break? Oh no, it is there. A little hard to see. Here, you play with it, sir. There you go. Have fun. Blinky blink. Are you done with it now? You scared of me? Here. Water Shade is amazing. If you just dropped it into the chat so I could steal it, that would be great. It is called Fluid Flux. You can find it on the Fab marketplace, store, whatever you want to call it. I would warn, it has very specific use cases, and if you are not using those use cases, I would not recommend it. Also, the sea urchin will bonk the ball if he can get to it, though. Also, he floats in the air because there is a bug with the nav mesh that I have to fix. Whatever. Fluid Flux looks good. It is one horrible pain in the ass to set up. It has a lot of ways that it can break. I don't know. It's something that's like... it's a mixed bag. If you're trying to make like a game where you're on an island and you just need water around the edges of the map, 100% recommend. 100%. If you need lakes, potentially recommend. If you need rivers, I don't know. If you need lakes and rivers, wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Yeah, it is spicy. Spicy cost. And for the cost, you would expect that it would be better, and the documentation would be better. The documentation is horrible. It is some of the worst documentation for anything of that price that I've ever seen. And if you ask the developer how to do something, much of the time he'll just tell you to reverse engineer his demo maps. That is the response you'll get. Gotta fix that shininess. Okay. I could try to fix that right now. I'm gonna do that before we call it quits for today. Maybe Ship can argue with the results. Yeah, it's just one of those things where there are so many use cases that you shouldn't use it for, and the documentation doesn't list any of that. And because you can't get a refund, here we are. About the personal license, when you are poor, you're still allowed to use the asset after your studio makes over 100,000. It depends on if purchasing it before gave me the license for the professional. Nope, don't do that. It says I have the standard license, so I'd have to buy the professional if we wanted to use that and we got funded. And we'd probably have to do that with more than a few of the assets we're using if we want to use them still. I don't know. I don't know if we would want to use Fluid Flux after messing around with it. I'm not really a big fan of it. Lance Mask. Okay, how do I unhook this? I think it is the... Oh, I did it for something else, and I can't remember what it was. I think I fixed it for the trees? Fixed it for the bushes. Oh, I just don't have it apply wetness at all. Gotta be a better way to do that though. Get rid of the shininess. Let me try. Let me try this. It's saving. Sure. That did not do it. Porosity. Yeah, I guess the only thing I can really do is just not have it apply wetness. There must be a way to adjust that though. Not a big deal. As long as you were eligible when you bought it at the lower tier, you can use it forever without upgrading the license. Okay. That's good to know. I'm glad that they didn't just fuck people over with that. Okay, I think that's okay. Most of these plants are pretty small anyway, that it's fine. Okay, I think with the music ending there, I should probably call it quits too. I gotta get going home. But I think next week we'll do even more writing too. It's, you know, yeah, it's a message, yeah. I think yeah, next week we'll continue with the writing. We still have plenty of what's her name's Lily's story to write and get through. We're almost, I mean, we kind of have handled the tough part. We try to do a lot of like the creative bits with lore. The other things don't really have as many saved choices that we have to consider or wait, or things that might mess up other characters' dialogue at all. So most of this is just going to be her own story that we can kind of quickly tell, get through it, and then we can jump into making the second and third merchant encounters, and then determining how we want to have that repeating final encounter with the merchant that allows you to continue trading over and over without like any new story happening for that character. So we still have a little bit to go before we finalize merchants as a whole and our merchant Lily here. But I think that maybe I don't know. Depends on how fast I can write. We'll see what we get through next week. If we need to push it into the final week, we can. And 100% we'll have it all done before Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. The thing about their terms is that if they catch you using a personal license when you should have bought a professional, the only punishment is that you have to pay the remainder towards the professional license. Oh. I mean, we would do it to be safe anyway. But it also depends on what we plan to use for that final version of our game, which I don't know what that would be yet. Yeah, we still have a couple bugs to fix regarding encounters, but I'll just kind of stack those up as we continue writing. Delete these. Okay, guys. Thank you so much. We are at 550 followers because you absolute mad lads decided to follow so much today. I don't know what it is about me writing dialogue, but apparently it's brought all of you amazing people out to support me. I said it on Twitter, but I'll say it just to you guys again. Thank you so much for helping me get through writing dialogue. I really cannot stress how difficult it is for me to actually write dialogue and organize it all. And having you guys here just to talk with and hang with makes it actually bearable. Whereas I don't think I could really get through it otherwise. So thank you so much. That turd character was amazing. Hey, if you want to play it, if you want to play what we currently have available and play through Spoon's dialogue, you can do that. Join our Discord. And in the... where is it? The Cauldron Chronicles forum, I have the old underwater biome build, and you can play through it yourself and give me feedback on what you feel about his story and his dialogue. Hate writing dialogue because I always second guess myself if I'm being too cringe. I mean, same. Yeah, it's just not my forte. It's not what I do well. But it's also taught me a lot about how to structure dialogue, and it's shown me just how important it is to get people who know what they're doing. So guys, thank you so much for hanging out today. I will see you on Monday. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I hope that you have a really just nice time and keep it real. Don't get into beefs with Elon Musk on Twitter, apparently, because he'll call you out for being a bad gamer, and just enjoy that, because I hope that drama keeps going, because it is really funny. See you guys, and thank you so much for all the follows. 550 followers is amazing, but road to 600, I guess. Take care, guys. Peace. Bye bye.